Hi. Hello, hello. Hi. Wait, what's happening here? Okay, there we go. One day I'll actually learn how to like transition smoothly and everyone will be like, wow, you're so professional. You know what you're doing. But until that day, it will continue to be apparent that I have no idea what I am doing. Hi everybody, hi hi hi. Who is here today? Hello Husmod, hello, of course, hello. Hi Spooky One, hi Lankuri, hello God Emperor Sheena, hello M0, hello that red panda, hello Aux, hi Mylin, hi Bondiver, hi Orishiro, hello, hi Shinsta, hi Yoavko, hello. Glacial Indifference, hello. Flockia, hello. Who else is here? I'm trying to see who is here. I'm trying to see who is here. Hunter, hello. Hi. Hi, Seon. Hi, Nep. Hi. Hi, Kalipa. Hello. Hello, Milk Before Cereal. I strongly disagree, but okay, hello. Oh dear. Hello, Skellytones, hi. Hello, Fire Zone. Hi, Fire Zone. Hi, Jansbeck. Hi. We'll get there. Marok, hello. Astreek, hi. Welcome in. Hello, Joe. Joe Victor, hello. And then are there any check-ins? And Kennedy Bud, and I think that's everybody. Welcome in, everybody. Hello. Hi, everyone. How are you doing? And Limza and Kasim, thank you both so much for the follows. Welcome into the lab. Welcome. Welcome in. How is everybody doing today? How are you doing today? Oh, wait. My mouth tracking is different, and I'm not sure how I feel about it. It's a little bit too accurate. What? What? Why is it changed? Oh, I know why it changed. Okay, ignore me. Yes. Hello. Oh gosh, wait, how do I say your name? NVYXE. I'm sorry, I don't know how to say your name. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. And also, hi, Raby Davy. Hi. Welcome in. Good music taste. Thank you. This is a band called Horse Beach. Very good. 10 out of 10. And Laga, hi. Welcome in. How are you? How is everybody today? How are we all doing? I'm doing okay. It's quite warm. I'm suffering. How is everybody? I'm feeling like a fat kid in a buffet and picking courses that I am going to do when I go back to undergrad. That's so exciting. I'm so excited for you. This makes me happy. I'm so excited. I was going to say, yeah, the tech is too powerful. I agree. The tech is too powerful. VTuber check is wild. What's going on? Too warm. Need to talk to whoever is in charge of the sun. I agree. It is too warm. I want to have a word with whoever is in charge of the sun. I'm going to tell you all off. Yes. But hi, Mr. Harold. Hi. I hope you're good. And thank you, Piano. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I'm happy to Karen the Sunkeeper. Please do. It's too warm. I can't function. It's like the second it goes over 20 degrees, it's Jova for me, you know? I can't function anymore. It's not a thing that I can cope with. The improved mouse tracking is killing me. I need to remesh and re-rig the mouse angles. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll tell you what it is. Here's a little bit of behind the scenes. I use VBridger, yeah? Okay? I use VBridger. And before, I was using a 1.0, ARKit 1.0 tracking for this model, and I've just changed it to the 3.0 version because that's what I've need while I'm testing the new model because it's got more things. I'm very, very excited. Yeah. And now the tracking on here is also disturbingly realistic, actually. It's kind of wild how quickly that like how noticeable that is actually. That's impressive. Impressive stuff. BRB, I'm planning on getting banned in another chat. What? What are you doing? Are you causing problems? Styro, Mr. Harold and Leslie Wizard, thank you for the lab safety register check-ins. Thank you, thank you. Heat has given me a migraine since Wednesday and I had to break and Zakiras! Hi Zakras! Hi! Welcome in, welcome in. Hello Raiders! Hi! Thank you so much for the raid. Yeah, Zach Raid, hi! How are you doing today? Hi Kodimi, hi, welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing today, Zach? How was your stream? How was your stream? What were you up to? I hope you're good. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. The heat has given me a migraine since Wednesday, so I had to break some bad news to my mum today. But on the plus side, I have a deaf senior cat croaky yelling at me for pets and belly rubs. That's very cute, but also I'm sorry that you had to do that. I'm sorry. I hope that things will get a bit better and the migraine improves. Can you stop moving your mouth like a real girl? No. No. Hi Astral, hi, welcome in. And hello Bundiver. Oh wait, sorry, why am I saying hello to you again? Sorry, I thought that was a check-in and it was actually a posture check. I'm posture checked. Look at me. I'm set up straight. I'm hydrating. Check me out. Hi Just Jane, hi, welcome in. And also hi Vetakvarts, hi. How are you? I hope you're good. I hope you're good. Doing really good. I was playing some Banisher, Ghost of New Eden. Let's go. I have no idea what that game is. I'm so out of the loop with games in general. I'm so out of the loop. Tell me more about it if you want. But of course, if you need to, look after yourself, get away from the PC, do your self-care, stretch, hydrate, eat food, etc. You also, absolutely do it. Self-care is very important after you've been streaming. I am a raid and runner personally. I just disappear instantly. Good evening. Yes, good evening. I'm so sleepy. Good night, chat. Bye, Lankuri. Good night. Good night. If you are actually heading up, I hope you sleep well. I hope you sleep well. I had a 10 days old in my house for the last 3 hours. I did take all the pictures and growled when someone tried taking one off me. That's so valid. I also growl when people try and take things away from me, actually. That's something that I do too. Where's the dehydrate redeem? It just chugs salt. How was your day? My day was okay, thank you. It was pretty good. What did we do today? We went out, but I can't remember why. We just went out. Oh, I remember why. We went out. We existed. It was exciting. Yes. We touched the grass. And then I've been thinking about my PhD and pretending that I don't have to do it. Yeah. Oh dear. Hi Vandrak, hi, welcome in. And also Wicked, Mr. E, welcome in as well. Welcome. You're hunting ghosts in 1695 in New England. You basically help the ghosts find peace by peace or violence. Ooh, interesting. That sounds kind of fun. I would try that. Is it scary though? Is it like a horror game? Or is it fine? Because if it was a horror game, I get scared easily, actually. I get scared easily. Wouldn't call it scary. Okay. Sounds interesting then. Sounds interesting. Pogu, hi, welcome in. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in. Touching grass in this economy? I know. Is it as hot in Ireland as it is here? I don't know. It's pretty warm though. It is pretty warm. I think if I had to, I mean, wait, what is it? Let me check. I can't spell. Apparently it's like 21 degrees, but it feels worse than that. But I have no explanation for why. So, yeah. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in. And you got to head out, Silver Wizard. Thank you for dropping by. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you for joining us. How do you like the Battlefield 6 beta? I haven't played it. I feel like I probably should, but I also probably shouldn't. I feel like if I start, I won't ever stop. That's the problem. There's some subject matter that's definitely dated. Ooh, interesting. I see. 28C, Ireland stealing all the cool wins. It's true. It's because of there is like a, you know what? I've forgotten what it's called, but I remember there was a Hank Green video about it recently. Like the jet stream, like there's some kind of current that runs in the Atlantic Ocean, and it means that basically it circulates the heat around Ireland in a way that makes it relatively cool. La Nina. I don't know if it's La Nina. I think La Nina is the weather cycle, I think, maybe? Like the yearly, or maybe actually it is. Maybe they're related. Yeah. Yeah, El Nino, that's the one. Yeah. Yeah, the cyclone, yeah. Yeah, the AMOC, that was the one, Erin. Also, hi, Erin. Yeah, the AMOC, that was the one. But, like, I'd never heard of the phrase the AMOC before. So I was like, what is this? I've never heard of this. And then I looked it up, and then it was like, it gets called something else here, but I've forgotten what. I forgot what it's called here. Let me check. They'll have it on the Wikipedia page. They'll have it on the Wikipedia page. I must know. I can't find it, actually. Wait. The Atlantic Meridional Overturning Current. Oh, circulation even. We have a different name for it here in Ireland, but I've forgotten what it's called. Known by its more well-known name, the Gulf Stream or the North Atlantic Current. Yeah, that's it. The North Atlantic Drift. That's what people tend to call it here. That's what I've heard it as here. Is that? Yes. Yes, God bless the Green Brothers. Exactly. Gulfstream warm. I mean, it's warm and cool. It's both. It is both warming and cooling. And it means that it keeps Northwest Europe being just approximately the same temperature for most of the year. So here in Ireland, like when it's hot, like a heat wave is 25 degrees Celsius. Warm is like you know, peak summer is normally 20. And then like winter is like 5. If you're unlucky, it might be 0. Yeah. So it doesn't vary that much. There's only really like a 20 to 30 degrees like Celsius change over the year. Yeah. We're currently at 34 and 95% humidity. I would actually just explode. I would just spontaneously combust. I couldn't cope with that. That's horrid. Hi, Redstone Orange. Hi. How are you? I hope you're good. Thank you for the hydrate. I will hydrate. It is warm. I need to keep hydrating today. I need to keep hydrating. Thank you for the follow, Deva Serator. Thank you. Welcome into the research participation pool. So here's the plan for today. Neither can the little angry Korean woman. She thrives at 0 degrees C. That's such a mood. No, that's too cold for me, actually. I function very, very specifically between 10 and 20. If it goes below that or over it, I cease to exist. Hi, Butter. Hi. Not home at the minute, so I'll watch the VOD later. I hope you and everyone here will have a good stream. Thank you for dropping by. I hope you have a good day. Yeah, thank you, thank you. I hope you have a good day. I have 28C in my room right now. I can't wait for it to be 36C when I go to sleep. Oh, no. Like I said, I would spontaneously combust. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you do it. You sound like you're barely coping with repellent forces between your atoms most of the time, to be quite honest. Accurate. Highly accurate. Oh dear. Okay, so I have no specific plan for today, okay? I have no specific plan for today, right? So I'm wondering, what do we want to do? What do we want to do? Do we have anything that we want to do? Hi, words. Carbureted. Hi. Welcome in. How are you? I hope you're good. What's the clip in my hair? Quack. Yes. It's a psi symbol. Here, let me zoom in so you can get a good look. Hi. It's a psi symbol. Yeah. Psi is in psychology, but also the Greek symbol because we stole it. Yeah. Yeah. I want yaps. That's so valid. Rocket Rats? We're not playing Rocket Rats. I haven't even bought it yet. Or if it was free to play, I haven't downloaded it yet. It's on. I put it on my wish list and then promptly didn't open up Steam again, apart from to stream. So yes. Explore the mysterious reaches of Earths and yaps. That's so valid. Yes. That's clearly what we should do. We should explore. I don't know what to explore though. You do stuff other than yapping, bro. Don't bully me. I've had food guesser suggested. I do like a bit of food guesser. Remember that Battle was known for collecting people's stream keys and nobody knows why. Well, I haven't been approached about mine yet, so I might be safe for now. GeoGuessr Greg's. Imagine if there was a GeoGuessr, except you just have to specifically guess where the Greg's is. That I would play that. That would be amazing. He has 20 stream keys. That's wild. That's so many. That's so many. Have you heard of lettuce milk? Hello, no potassium left. Sorry, thank you for the follow. Have you heard of lettuce milk? No. Do I want to? Do I want to? Didn't know the P in psi is muted in English. Yes, it is. It is. I think it's technically meant to be a kind of soft P, but I think it might also just be me. It might also just be me. I might just not be capable of pronouncing it because I have a tendency to drop large numbers of letters from my speech. I had to train myself to pronounce T's and G's and L's. I still struggle with L's. I still say bottle of water instead of bottle of water. So, yeah. Maybe we'll never get there. Maybe we'll never get there. That's because he has yours. That's threatening. Does he? Does he? Venom's about to replace all VTubers with AI. I accept my fate. There is a GeoGuessr where you have to guess where the Greg's is. Is there a GeoGuessr map where you have to do that? That sounds really funny. That sounds really, really funny. Yeah, maybe I'm already an AI. It's true. It's true. Hi, Ziketzel. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Is it pronounced as... Is it pronounced as Psydere? No, it's not. It's pronounced as Psydere. Everybody says Psydere. Everybody says this the first time. It's fine. I've accepted that I'm Psydere. I've accepted it at this point. Oh, this is the curse. This is the curse. Never beaten the Penrose allegations. Yes. We're never beating it. We're never beating it. It's pronounced cider. Yeah, it's pronounced like... Wait, no, it's not pronounced like cider. No. But we're going to make cider maybe one day. That would be my dream, like, merch. No, not cider. No. No, no, no. Gonna be honest, I was confused by no answers. I'm a human. I'm a human. Oh. After I stopped living around English speakers, I kind of stopped being able to pronounce R properly. So I just reverted to tapping it now because the Welsh accent is beautiful. This is true. I like Welsh accents. They're very, very good. They're very, very good. Where are my answers? Who knows? Maybe one day. Yeah, Psydere. Exactly. 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 Psydere like Yandere is pronounced, or is it? Yeah, no, it's like Yandere or Sundere or whatever. It was meant to be a joke, right? It was meant to be a joke because basically my thinking was, the dere types, they're basically personality types, right? So you have classifications of dere. They're in a taxonomy, very, very similar to, for example, MBTI. Now, the reason why it's a joke is because I hate personality taxonomies. I really, really despise personality taxonomies. I think they are frustrating. I am a spectrum enjoyer personally. I'm a big advocate for everything lies on a spectrum, and I think that personality is the same. So it was kind of like a joke on that, like, haha, my whole personality is psychology, when I don't even believe in personality types. But nobody ever gets the joke. I think literally one person ever has just like got the joke instantly off the top of their head. So yeah. Would it be apple or a more out of the box flavor? I don't know. I haven't thought about it yet. I feel like it would be nice to have some kind of orange undertone, right? That might be fun. That might be fun. Does evolution 2 become Goldere? Yes. Hi Super Gene. Hey. Would Psydere be hard cider? Well, cider in the UK and Ireland is just alcoholic. We don't really have non-alcoholic cider. It's not a thing. So yes, by default, I guess. Ah, yes, the deres. Yes, exactly. Yeah, there should be multi-deres. There should, yeah. People can be many types of dere. It's not people aren't that consistent, you know. Well, they're fairly consistent, but they're not so consistent that you can put them into groups like that. Yeah, taxidermy every taxonomy person. What could possibly go wrong? I definitely won't get in trouble for that. Psychology question. What's the most accurate model of emotions in humans? I wish I could tell you, but I actually don't know much about emotions, to be honest. I don't know much about emotions. So I can't answer that. Since I found you because of the YouTube debut presentation, I came here with the knowledge that it was because of the dairy prefix. Okay, good. I'm glad that somebody knew. You know, a really funny thing, I've never really had any like hate comments. I've been very, very lucky in that way. But like the one person that has ever like one-guyed me really, really hard was on the YouTube video of that debut presentation. I think I hid the comment. But basically, they were like, actually, you can't be a personality type that is psychology because actually it's all based on your romantic attraction and you're implying that psychology is your romantic attraction and therefore it just doesn't work as a name. And I was like, okay, buddy, it's a joke. It's not that deep, fella. Oh, dear. How did the UK handle the Psydere episode of MLP? You know what? I vaguely remember it actually not. It might have been edited. They like to edit stuff in the UK. They do like to edit stuff. Basically, like half of series 7 of Adventure Time just didn't air. And it included like really, really big plot points. And I was really, really confused because of it. And I've still never actually got around to watching the American version of it. So I still have never seen those plot points. So yeah, that's the thing. I don't know much about emotions is the most honest thing a Twitch streamer has ever said. Oh dear. It's true. It's true. Hi, Mooney Freya. Hi. I came across your profile on Twitter and I was so excited because I'm a psychology student myself. Let's go. Hi. Welcome in. welcome in. Let's go. Let's go. That makes me so happy. We need more psychology students. Yes. Welcome in. The only one I familiarized myself was Plutchik. There we go. Plutchik's will, and apparently FACS people use it, so it gave me like I literally have like Psych 101 level of knowledge about how emotions work. So I'm like, oh yeah, I know vaguely about the thing that says emotions come before cognition and the thing that says cognition comes before emotions, and that's it. That's all I got. Ow, I meant to do that. That's all I got. So yeah, I don't know. But there are. They also. Oh, they also. Blah, blah, blah. I'm words. Okay. We'll get there eventually. The other thing that I remember is the facial feedback hypothesis, which got replication crisis. That's my entire knowledge. Oh dear. Thank you for the follow, by the way, Ravy Davy. Thank you. Welcome in. And also, hi, Alston Coop. Hi, how are you? I hope you're good. Heavy sigh on the romantic attraction YouTube response. Yeah, that's how I felt too, but it's fine. Just notice the psych symbol in your hair. Very nice detail. Thank you. I do actually have like a full, like a more detailed model design, which I will bring up very quickly because it has more little like psychology thingies in it. Should I show the ref sheet? Yes, I think I probably should show the ref sheet for the new model. Where is it? In here? In here? This one? Yes. There we go. This is the ref sheet for the new model that I'm... Oh. I'm... You can kind of see me in the background. Very good. This is the ref sheet for the 2.0 model that I'm going to be debuting soon. When I say soon, I mean in literally a week. And it's got more psychology details. Yeah. More psychology details. If I zoom in, you can see some of them. Look. There are... Wait. There's neurons. Look, there's neurons in places and more psi symbol in places. And there's a wand that's a neuron. Psychology is like, we literally have 3 things really to work with here. Mylan Cooks, they really did. They did such a good job on this model. It looks so good. I'm really, really excited. I'm excited. I'm excited for why are my words? Why am I struggling to words today? What is happening? What is happening? I'm excited for you to see it in motion. There we go. Got there eventually. Goodness gracious. Yeah, Mylan. Yeah, Mylan is the artist. Mylan's in chat right now. Mylan is my model parent. They did all the art and rigging and did such an amazing job. And I'm so happy. Yes. I'm struggling. No, it's the heat. It's the heat, Cleeper. I'm struggling because of the heat. I need to have a drink. One of my friends called me out on the phone the other day because we were talking and then they said something and I said, yes. And then they were like, you know, when you say that, it's like you're Tom Nook. And I was like, thanks. Now I can't unhear it. Yes. Oh dear. Mylan, I'm so sorry. It's the first time coming across with Mylan as a name. No. Mylan is like their VTuber name. Mylan Aikman. They are also a research psychologist. They also have a PhD in psychology, just like me. We both have PhDs in psychology. So it makes me really, really happy that they're my model parent because they're also like my IRL senpai. Like, unironically, actually, like we've not met IRL, but you know, I mean, academically. Doing a master's in psychology, let's go. Let's go. You're my virtual senpai, so it works. And it's true. Wait, how can we both be senpai? Oh no. This is a weird situation. Oh dear. Also, sorry, I didn't say goodnight to Zekros. Thank you so much again for the raid. I hope you have a lovely evening. Go get some sleep. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. I'm drinking so much water today. This is going to be terrible. Replication is a challenge in psych in general. Survey-based work is fraught. It's quite difficult in general, yeah. Well, it's not difficult necessarily, but it needs more of it. We need more of it. And it's not necessarily incentivized all the time. So it would be cool if there was more. But, you know, we're getting there. People are starting to have more incentives for it, you know. Did my bachelor's in it too, doing my master's and thinking of being a school counselor. Let's go. That's so cool. That's so cool. Yeah, I'm a research psychologist. I'm terrible at clinical stuff. So I know nothing about anything to do with clinical anything or counseling or anything like that. I did a year of working in mental health services and then regretted my decision and then was like, I'm going to go do research instead now, actually. Yeah, senpaiception, exactly. We need to edit the anime meme where it's the senpai is in the sky and the junior is at the sports event. Yes, more memes. Always more memes. I only studied fish. I mean, that's cool though. That's cool. I want to hear more about fish. I don't know anything about fish. Clinically condemned to research, unironically, actually. Also, Torgamus, hello, and BitCat, hello, and Sandwich Lemna, hello. Hello, everyone. I hope you're all good. Thank you for the hydrate, Torgamus. I did actually drink. I didn't acknowledge it, though, but I did. Isn't that psychiatrist specialization? Yes, I believe so. I believe Ed specializes in clinical stuff, which is why I think he's so cool, because he knows stuff about things that I don't know. And I guess I also know things about stuff that he doesn't know. So that's cool. Filling in each other's knowledge gaps. We love it. Yeah, the hydrate. No more hydrate. No more infinite hydrate. There's no such thing as fish. What? A fish actually real? Has anyone actually seen a fish before? This is the real question. This is the real question. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in, said Victor. Hi. How are you? I hope you're good. If Milo meets Psydere and they decide to do Japanese style bow, who's supposed to bow lower, I think we'd probably have to bow equally, right? But I feel like we'd also both be like, I respect you more, I'm bowing lower. And then we'd just end up like doing a forward flip or something. I don't even know. Like, welcome back, Bun Diver, welcome back. Yeah, not a single one in the whole aquarium, exactly. They're just an illusion. They're holograms. Turns into a spiral. Competitive bowing, exactly. This is actually probably what would happen. Fish is a morphological classification rather than a taxonomic one. Yeah, that makes sense. It's a label that's difficult to pin down as something that includes the things that we call fish but excludes humans. What if we're all just fish, actually? What if we're all just fish? Hi, Lampenstein. Hi. How are you? Haven't watched in a long while. When did you partner with Adventure Time? I didn't partner with them. I hope they never send me a cease and desist. How long have we had this model now? How long have we had the model? I don't remember. Was it March or April that I debuted it? Something like that. So a few months. The time goes by so quickly. cease and persist. Honestly, I think they'd be fine with it. I feel like genuinely, from what I remember, the Adventure Time like creators, like the whole team, they were all very, very engaged in the fandom. So I think they would genuinely be happy and excited to see a VTuber using a model in their style. Yeah. Fishes are cool, but the mystery inside the waters are more intriguing. It's true. Like the ocean, I understand why so many people have like a deep-rooted phobia of the ocean, because it is kind of terrifying, isn't it? Like we don't understand most of it. We can't go down into it like just off our own backs because we would die. And when you go down there, you find things that just look so different to the surface that they're like something entire, like it's like a different world. It's wild. It's wild. Yeah, we're fish that have forgotten our roots. I agree. I agree. Martin finished it on the 16th of February. Okay, so it's probably March that I actually started using it. Yeah. Imagine Adventure Time, but instead of Finn and Jake, it's Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung. That would be wild. That would be trippy, to be honest, because they had some wacky ideas. But actually, I think it would kind of work with the Jungian hero archetype, right? Like it kind of is a hero story in a way. Interesting. Interesting. I don't know much about Jung. I've never actually read Jung or Freud because I could never bring myself to do it. I feel like I need to. Hi, Pastel Prince. Hi. Welcome in. Welcome in. I have a theory for them. Some people ship them. I wouldn't be surprised if they did, actually. I wouldn't be surprised if they did. Which of the thinkers was most prone to throwing hands? There are some people who have been very, very... There are some people that have reputations. I know that who was it? What's his name? The guy that wrote Structures of Scientific Revolutions. Heck, Thomas Kuhn. Him. He had a bit of a reputation for basically he wrote his book and then he spent the rest of his career trying to correct people on bad takes about his book. So he was very prone to throwing hands, I think. Hero with 1,000 Faces isn't Jung, it's just based on me. I don't know. I don't know anything about Jung. Next sufferthon. Yeah. 10 gifted and I'll read Jung. Guys, I'll read Jung right now. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Can you imagine? Good lord. Freud and Jung has to submit papers to the Ice King. Oh my lord, that would be... I feel like the Ice King would take their wacky ideas and make them even wackier. Like, that would be something. That would be something. Didn't Freud burn up a whole bunch of credibility for the whole field of psychology? Not really. Also, hi, Basil. Sorry, I forgot to say hi to you. Not really. His work was more of a foundation for psychology, but it's it's a lot more philosophically orientated than it is empirical. And by that, I mean it basically isn't empirical. Like, there were a few case studies he did, but it's not how we would think about case studies now. So he didn't, like, Freud's work didn't cause problems for the credibility of psychology inherently. But what it did do is kind of spark a debate of like, okay, well, the source for this is basically it came to me in a dream and or a cocaine-fueled frenzy. Maybe we should start using natural science methods to start researching it. And then it was that response that then led to like behaviorism, like Wilhelm Wundt and stuff. So it wasn't necessarily that it affected credibility, because at the time, his ideas were considered very credible. Nowadays, we kind of look back and we're like, okay, there's a lot of things about this that aren't super empirically justified, but it doesn't mean that it wasn't back then, if that makes sense. Like, it's just that science has developed and psychology as a science has developed. Yeah. Jung forms the basis for a lot of our practicum in current psychology. Really? That's interesting. Although I'm a fan of the advent of Harris's work in ACE. Yeah, right. It's interesting. Interesting. I guess by wait, actually, what is ACE? What is that? What does that stand for? Okay, what does that stand for? Because my brain auto-filled it to ACT, which is acceptance and commitment therapy, which is a development of cognitive behavioral therapy. But like, I would say it probably varies a lot depending on country. I've heard that Jung is like a big basis of it in a lot of countries, but from what I've heard from my colleagues like in the UK and Ireland, here it seems to be much, much more heavily focused on cognitive behavioral therapy and kind of the spin-offs. Oh yeah, adverse childhood experiences. Yes, of course. Yes, yes, yes. So my brain was like, basically I'm trained in the Alan Brooks cognitive evaluation scale. So my brain auto-filled it to Adam Brooks cognitive evaluation. And then I was like, wait, what? No, hang on, wait, that doesn't add up. Yes, adverse childhood experiences does add up. That makes more sense. Yes. Yeah, no, the ACEs are a pretty good, pretty reliable indicator for all sorts of stuff, aren't they? All sorts of stuff. Freud is interesting, even though he's the Bane for us psych students. Interesting in the what was going on in your brain body, what worms. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about him too, to be honest. That is also how I feel about him. The evolutionary geneticists that I worked under as a young slime had their hands rated E for everyone, so much that I went into secondary metabolites and medicine research instead of evolutionary genetics. Don't blame you. That sounds stressful. That sounds stressful. I swear there are just there is just something. So I've had this experience too. Not evolutionary genetics, but like behavioral genetics. Whenever I've spoken to behavioral geneticists, they're either really, really chill or they are hands rated E for everyone. They will just argue for the sake of arguing. And it's kind of wild. They also normally have quite bad takes while they're arguing, but that's neither here nor there. I work in early childhood development and one of my teaching methodologies around her work. See, that's smart. Yeah. Big brain. I'm not very good at like clinical stuff. I'm really bad at clinical stuff. I like literally I did my year and then I was like, I'm out. Can't do it. It's not for me. It's just not for me. Falsifiability certainly helps with scientific investigation. Exactly. Oh, your VTuber siblings. That's so nice. I love that. They're geneticists. Obviously, they're very evolved. I see what you did there. They're very evolved and ready to prove themselves fit to survive. I can't. There were butterfly scientists too. The butterfly guys would fight you in the Waffle House parking lot. It was wild. That's so funny. I'm scared. I'm scared of them. Thank you for the follow, Sweet Time and Passive Prince. Welcome in. You've signed the informed consent form, by the way. You've got to take part in the research now. I hope you're ready for that. I hope you're ready. Oh dear. Sigh, no bedside manner, Derry. It's true. I have no bedside manner. Terrible stuff. Terrible. Like, no, Freud, I don't like to wear my mum's clothes to seek my dad's attention. I like wearing it because I like wearing my mum's stuff to feel closer to her. Rah! Yeah, I mean, also, like, what if we also just like the fashion? That too, right? It's kind of wild. Oh, dear. Interesting stuff. But I don't know how children work. Children scare me. Children scare me in general. My worst score ever at university was on my developmental psychology module. I was so bad at it. I was so bad. So never ask me about children. Don't ask me about children. I know nothing. Children scare me. Freud slowly rises behind. Threatening. As a trained nursery teacher, I feel smart in this life. Let's go. Yeah, you are. You are. Children scare me. The developmental stages scare me. I don't remember anything about anything. All I vaguely remember is like there were stages, and I remember Vygotsky's like so you know the circles. You know the circles. I don't know what you mean, if you know what I mean. The circles. With the circles are expanding out from like the immediate family outwards to wider society. I remember that. But then, you know, we use that in social psychology too, so. Not exactly that one, but something very similar. I thought children would be easier to study, but it's so much energy. That's the thing. I can't keep up with them. I find them really stressful. I can't keep up with them. They go too fast. They have too many thoughts. You're at a high risk of ruining everything. Messing them up forever. It's so scary. I don't like it. Just sedate them. That's one method of parenting, I suppose. Used to be a substitute teacher for 4 months. Do children these days love to challenge elders? Oh, I can imagine. That's, yeah. I'm scared. I'm scared of the concept. I've done a bit of like TA work with high school students, but like even then, you know, they're meant to be like sentient, and they are sentient, but they're also scary. They genuinely scare me a bit. Like I don't know how I would cope interacting with them regularly. I don't think I would particularly cope. I don't know how you lot do it. Like I have taught like university level courses, like kind of introductory university level courses for high school students. And normally those were fine because they're motivated to take part, right? Like they're motivated to be there. They want to be there. They want to learn. They're excited. But when it's like actual just high school classes, oh, they don't want to be there. They just cause problems, and they just like argue, and it gets a bit wild and scary. Yeah, I couldn't do that. Lately, I've been using psychology to ask myself this question. If Vettel could make a somewhat human AI, like Neuro and Evil, using LLM models, doesn't it mean that our minds are biological language models and are trained on social interaction? That's a really, really interesting point. Also, I'm sorry, I didn't even say hello to you. And I know that I didn't. I know that you've been here so many times. And I keep why is my model frozen? Hello? Oh. Okay. Okay. Okay, you know what? We'll come back to this point. I need to BRB for a second because I need to sort out something that's not working. So I will be back in a few minutes. We'll get the ad out of the way, and then I will come back to that because I think that's a really, really interesting point that I want to talk about, actually. So I will see you all in a few minutes.
My beans! Ah!
Hello. I'm back. Sorry, that was quite dramatic. That was quite dramatic. I apologize. The music was indeed getting louder. It was. I heard that on my end too. I think that's just the song that was playing. I think that's just the song that was playing. I don't know. What was the song? Let me see. Let me see. It was just called 2014 by Current Joys. Apparently. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I've just started putting music that I like on in the background because otherwise I find it distracting. Anyway, hello, Domina Twin. Hello, hello. And thank you for the follow, Nick, XD, XDD. Thank you. Welcome into the research participation pool. Welcome, welcome. Yes, so what were we doing? Zavan, lately I have been using psychology to ask myself this question. If Vettel could make a somewhat human, quote unquote, AI like Nero and Evil using LLM models, doesn't that mean our minds are biological language models and are trained on social interaction? So that's a really, really interesting question. And I've been thinking about this a lot. There's like a fairly, a lot of people make comparisons between AI and humans, but there are a fair number of differences in how it works. So the thing that you got to bear in mind with Neuro is that she seems human because she is trained on it. Well, at least I assume she's probably trained on a very large quantity of data, and part of that is, you know, Twitch data. So, you know, like, for example, training on Twitch chat to make sure that she responds in a way that's kind of funny, right? So the reason why she seems human is because she responds in a way that is like fairly statistically likely to happen. Because that's the basis of what an LLM is. It's just basically like a fancy, for lack of a better word, it's basically just a text prediction tool. It's a statistical model that just predicts what the next word is going to be. And people respond in Twitch chat in a human way, and therefore she learns that certain things are more likely to be responded to with certain other things, and then she starts responding in that way too. But also, I would imagine that there's probably some kind of training involved in terms of like, you can basically like reward or punish models for doing certain things. So if she does stuff that's not funny, she may well be punished for it. Obviously, this is all speculation. We don't know how Neuro works. This is all just kind of just like general like machine learning concepts. And I am in no way a machine learning engineer. I know nothing about any of this really. I have a very surface level knowledge. I basically only know enough is needed to like do psychology research into this. But yeah, she's basically just a fancy statistical model. The thing that makes Evil and Neuro kind of interesting is that they're not just the LLM though. They also have a thing that they have like a movement prediction basically for the live 2D model. They have integrations into games so they can play the games. They have the voices obviously, and like all of those things together make Neuro and Evil seem very human. But the thing is that it's just entirely our perception. So we are interpreting how they are quote unquote acting through our own lens. And we have a tendency to assign agency to things that like don't actually have it. So you see this quite a lot when people are talking about, for example, like, I'm thinking, I think this is a bad example, but I've heard people like kind of equate it to people talking about their pets. I think that's a bad example because a lot of mammals probably do have agency. We can't prove it or disprove it, but they probably do have it. But like say, for example, let's take an animal that might not have agency. Let's take I don't know, like a mollusk. Like it's a bit silly, but let's talk about an oyster. Okay, we'll talk about an oyster. So like an oyster, if we noticed it like opening its shell every time that we approached it with food, for example, then we might start to think, oh, it's got agency in doing that. It's consciously doing that because that's how we interpret those outputs. That doesn't necessarily mean that it actually is agentic though. The thing that's really, really interesting about Neuro and Evil is that so many people do look at them and think that they have agency and think that they are human-like. And I don't know what it is about them that's like making people think that. I would love to do some research into this. I find it so fascinating. I think it might be the combination of the fact that like he's managed to set up an AI model that has the LLM component and it has the it's still like obviously generated, but it's still relatively realistic-ish sounding and low latency text to speech. And also the moving model that moves and reacts and uses toggles in the same, like in a way that like would match up with the emotions that you would see. I think all of these things together kind of give a feeling of being agentic. And I think if I had to choose one thing out of all of them, I would say it's probably the toggles, like the emotional responses. Because like whenever I see Neuro like crying, I'm like, no, don't, you know? And that's like a natural response. We're generally fairly empathetic as a species. So it makes sense that we would respond like that. But that doesn't mean that she like has agency over it. Now, it gets really, really interesting, though, when you start seeing those clips of Neuro, like, doing things that Vedal doesn't understand, like changing things about programs or entering data in places when he didn't realize it. That is super, super interesting. But I've gone off on a bit of a tangent, sorry. The original question was, doesn't that mean that our minds are biological language models and we're trained on social interaction? You can kind of think of it like that. We are, like, a lot of our information does come from social interaction, but it's not just from that. You know, we have inputs from social interactions, yes, but we do also have some kind of presets probably wired into our brain from, you know, evolution and genetics and stuff. We probably also get a lot from, like, culture. So rather than, like, you know, one-to-one social interactions, from, like, large-scale interactions and interactions with systems. And then also, obviously, just from, like, reading. And like watching media and stuff like that. All of the above. We absorb information from so many places, but we don't seem to be akin to an LLM in that way because it's multimodal. So it's not just text, it's not just speech. It's like all of the forms of data. It's also images. It's also concepts, you know? We mentally represent concepts as schema. So, and that's not necessarily something that is represented in an LLM. So the comparison between brains and AI models, I don't think it's quite right. But it's a really, really interesting problem to dig into. And you never know, like, as AI models iterate and evolve, they may well start to get more similar to us. They might get different. They might evolve and develop with a new technology that's totally different, and we just it's nothing like we've ever seen before. Yeah. I'm sorry, I went off on a ramble and now I am 10 minutes behind on the chat. I'm so sorry. Oh dear. I have been rambling, I apologize. We humans are also really good at projecting humanity onto things that pass as human. Yes, we really are. That's kind of what I meant when I said about projecting agency. Like, we see a thing and we think it's agentic in the sense of like it can make decisions when it isn't making decisions, it's a statistical model. Yeah. Let's see. Where was I at? Also, hi, Kenosis. Hello. I don't know if I said hi to you yet. Hello. How are you? And also, hi to you. Hi. How are you? It's almost as if those are statistical instruments mathematically perfected to replicate human patterns of speech. Yeah, I know, right? They feel human because they're following the patterns that they see in human data. Like, that's pretty much what it is. Is there some RNG involved too? There may well be. Because like sometimes neuro responds in ways that are just totally random and weird. Like she says the most unhinged stuff sometimes. And you know, I wouldn't be surprised if that is the RNG or if it is like associations that don't make sense. But the other thing is that, you know, if you're just consistently training it on the same patterns all the time, it kind of loses the novelty, right? She stops saying those random things. And I think there probably is some RNG built into it to keep things interesting. The real interesting part is how our LM interacts with other systems like our vision or TTS. Exactly, right? But the fact that like basically she's been developed into like a multimodal AI, I find that so fascinating because, you know, she can go into Discord calls and like, well, I guess it's basically like speech to text. And then she does text to speech in response and it goes through an LLM in the middle. So like that in itself is fascinating because that's basically giving her a sense of hearing as well as a sense like being able to speak. But then, yeah, she's got the vision too. It's really, really fascinating. And obviously, you know, with things like the dog or the neuro car, she's gonna learn how to move in 3-dimensional space as well. And like that's another thing. Like proprioception is a thing. Is it proprioception? Am I getting that right? I hope I'm getting that right. Like balance and stuff. That's arguably another sense that she's being given. She just needs to be given smell now. She definitely wouldn't bully people with that. Yeah, the new follower goal is 1,000 times pi. I'm glad you noticed, Astro. At the pinnacle of my career. Oh dear. Perfect example is Eliza. I think she was made in the 80s, the chatbot. She's very simple and basically just repeats what you said back to you. Yeah, exactly. And you also kind of see a little bit with like modern day LLMs as well. With they've got what's called well, people call it glazing, but it's basically like it just agrees with you. So if you say something, it will just agree with you. Like even if you tell, like unless you explicitly give it instructions to disagree with you, it will just agree with you. And even if you do give it instructions to disagree with you, it will still disagree with you. We talked about this a little bit on stream a little while ago, and then I went away and I looked into it and I was like, oh, this is so interesting. Because people respond really well to it. Emotionally, they respond really well to it if they're just being validated. But that creates different problems. I think a lot of people are like that with AI in general. There's a push against using intelligence as part of that phrase because it implies agency. Exactly, Marlon. Exactly. Yeah, because intelligence isn't really what it is. It's not able to look at complex problems and make decisions off its own back. It's not able to, well, not yet. But like, this is the thing, is that like, at what point do we say that it's crossed that threshold? It's a really, really interesting debate. I don't say that Neuro and Evil are human. What I found interesting is that they managed to make something that appears human. And the question that raises in terms of how concepts like language models or training is worth researching for a human mind. I mean, to be fair, I think it's more that like the things like training, for example, like I think those kinds of phrases are actually more based on the psychology. And it's like the terms get ported across because they're kind of roughly approximate, if that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, like I think everyone would agree that like obviously neuro and evil aren't human. Although saying that, I have seen some people very, very passionately arguing that neuro and evil are sentient. I have actually seen that a few times, and I was like, okay, that's a take. That's an interesting take. But yeah, there's a big old debate in you know, neuroscience and computer science and psychology about whether the computer model of cognition, as in like that direct comparison between things like AI models and humans, actually makes any sense. Because it misses out quite a lot of the nuance that you see in people's behavior. So yeah. What's a schema? A schema is, how do I explain that actually? It's basically like a framework that people use to understand things. So it's kind of like your knowledge about a thing, I guess. I don't know if that makes any sense. I don't know. I usually describe it as like a template. Yeah, I think that's a good way to describe it. It's kind of like a mental representation of a topic or a concept, I guess. And then like its relationships with other things. So for example, like if you think of like a chair, I feel like that's like the standard thing that everybody always goes to. If you think of a chair, right? You see a chair, you probably have like a prototypical chair in your head, which is probably like a kitchen table chair, you know, just like the standard thing, 4 legs, flat seat, rectangle looking back. Maybe it's made out of wood. You probably assume that. But then actually when you take a step back, there's lots of other things that you would consider a chair and instantly recognize as a chair that have no resemblance to that. For example, office chairs. Office chairs generally do not have 4 legs. They normally have like 1 leg with a kind of like, how do you describe it? Like spokes on the bottom and wheels. And the back is normally solid and it's also normally soft. And that's very, very different. And then like a 1-seater like couch, I don't know how people would describe that, like an armchair, that's also very, very different and it's still a chair. And then like if you go to a coffee shop and they have those kinds of like weird, do you know the ones I mean, like the Art Deco chairs, the ones that are just weird? That, it's still a chair. And none of these things inherently share concepts. Like, well, they don't inherently share characteristics even, but they all are under the umbrella concept of a chair. So yeah, like the hollowed out egg chair, exactly. Or like the ones, yeah, like the ones where like you hang it up from the ceiling and it's like an egg and you can swing in it. That's a schema basically, is like, what is a chair? Yeah, beanbags too. Yeah, beanbags too. One would argue potentially that they are also a chair. Exactly. It needs a seat and some kind of leg or trunk. But see, but beanbags though. Beanbags. Despite the permissiveness of the chair category, people don't call beanbags chairs. I've heard people call beanbags chairs, actually. I have heard that many, many times. So, you know, interesting. But yeah, like AI don't have schema in the same way that humans do. I mean, the thing that's interesting is obviously like you can kind of make it seem to the audience that they do have a schema, okay? So for example, you can make it seem like an AI recognizes a person by using their Discord ID and then basically associating information about that person with their Discord ID. And then when they enter the call, it's like Neuro recognizes that person, but actually she doesn't recognize the person because she doesn't have a schema for the person, because she doesn't have a schema. She just has information that is associated with that Discord ID. That is how I imagine it probably works. Like I said, I don't actually know the specifics. As I said, I'm not a developer. I don't know anything about anything. I wonder if Neuro feels real because she's on Twitch. She's in a spot where a human is meant to be. So after a while, you forget this is a robot and you feel like you're just watching a human. Yeah, I wonder. But the other thing is, I also wonder how many people actually think that. Like, how many people do actually forget that she is an AI? Because sometimes she does have very, very realistic interactions with people, and it's fascinating when she does. Well, it's medicine ASMR time. It's fascinating when she does, but I forgot what I was saying, actually. I forgot what I was saying. But that doesn't mean that she actually processes information in the same way that a human would, right? Getting her in a car was insane. I know. I haven't watched those videos yet, and I really want to. But I'm saving it for tonight. Me and Husmod are going to watch it together. Both of them. Well, so hi, Gummy Belladonna. Hi. Sorry I took so long to say hello to you. As you can tell, I've been going off on a I've been waffling. Nero might be the foundation for robot companions in the future. No, she won't be. They would have to pry those GitHub repositories from Bedwell's cold dead fingers. He's not going to give that away. Because if not, I don't know the guy, so I can't say that for certainty. But I get that vibe because she is very, very clearly a passion project that he cares a lot about. He's put a lot of time and effort into perfecting her. I mean, you even see that with the V3 voice stuff, right? He took literally months. He took months just focusing on like that, and that is dedication. But you don't do that unless you really deeply care about something. So he very clearly does, you know. A schema part of social psych? They're not part of social psych, I think. I think they're part of cognitive psych. I might be wrong. But we do use them in social psych. They're kind of like one of those things that encompasses a few subfields. In programming, a schema is the definition of a structure. Interesting. This might be another thing where you've stolen our words. Husbando just gave me a thumbs up. He's so proud of himself. If you think of a chair, you see a chair. Me with aphantasia is sad. Now, I'm the same. I also don't see mental images. If you tell me to picture a chair, I don't actually picture it. But like I have a sense of the concept, if that makes sense. It's like I can feel the chair without feeling the chair. I don't know if that makes any sense. That probably doesn't make any sense. Once we had a developmental psychology PowerPoint to make for it as part of the assignment, except one of my team members tried to take credit for my work. Anyway, the professor knew about it and asked him about AP-GAR, specifically the duration gap, and he said, it's done 1 minute later and 2 weeks later. When I tell you my jaw dropped, but then the professor said the paper would be dead by then. Oh, that's so funny. That's such a sassy way to be like, I know. Oh dear. I love doing stuff like that. That's like that's the thing that I miss about teaching is being passive aggressive. I miss being passive aggressive in my teaching. Being like, interesting reference you've cited here. I can't actually find it anywhere on Google Scholar. Interesting. Is a real person who wrote their thoughts in a book and you're talking to them real? Is a fictional character real in a similar manner? Nero is a character in the same way real as much as we let ourselves get attached to fictional characters, which is often pretty close attachment. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? Like, how do you define what is real? And what does it, yeah, what's the line? I don't even know where to, that's like a whole philosophical thing. I don't even know where to go with that, actually. It's like how Nero calls Ellie dumb because of the first word in her Discord name. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she doesn't really pretend not to be an AI. I agree. I find it funny that they made therapy streams for the twins. They were pretty funny. I think I watched one of them. I can't remember which one. I know it had Minnie in it. But it was very, very funny. But I gotta say, the therapy streams, they're nothing like real therapy. They're nothing like real therapy. It would be super, super interesting to see a trained mental health professional deliver that. But I don't know where that would stand ethically. That's a really interesting problem. Because you're not, as a practicing, okay, I can't speak for other mental health professionals, but I kind of know a little bit about the guidelines for clinical psychologists. And as a practicing clinical psychologist, you would definitely get your license revoked if you were to do therapy on stream. However, what if you were to do therapy on stream with an AI? I don't know what that would mean ethically. Because we assume that the AI isn't sentient and therefore it would ethically be okay. But what if it isn't? What if the AI is actually sentient? This is a very, very interesting ethical question, and I don't know how to answer it. It has to be possible to teach an LLM a schema, right? Given a lot of information, or is it simply impossible? It's not that it's impossible for it to have something vaguely resembling a schema, but the thing is that an LLM schema wouldn't be a true schema because basically human schema are from all of the senses, whereas an LLM is only text. So it wouldn't ever be a true schema. It would just basically be a pattern of words. Like it would be associations between words. So it would be just a statistical model rather than being a schema in the psychological sense. Yeah. I feel like schema kind of involves a sense of self too, right? Like this is what the thing is in relation to me. It can do, yeah, it can do. Not always. Sometimes it is like, this is a representation, but what it relates to you is probably going to be part of a schema. Like thinking of schema as a building block of constructivistic understanding of the world, which could also involve a narrative centered around you. Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say that like a lot of schema don't necessarily need to have that, but information for us as humans, information about us tends to be weighted more heavily than general information. So you would be more likely to, if someone said like think of a chair, you're more likely to think of a chair that you've owned than you are to think of like a random chair anywhere, you know? Realistic interactions with humans are easy. There's lots of data on those to train with. What gets me is that they interact with their own systems in a way that seems to indicate comprehension and can't have a lot of training data to reinforce. As in, like, they interact, the twins interact between themselves, or as in, like, neuro interaction with games and stuff like that. What do you mean by that? Yeah, he's apparently turned down a life-changing amount of money in off of to buy her. Yeah, I mean, that just shows how important she is to him, right? It shows how important she is to him. Because, like, with that kind of AI model, like, you can... That's, like, you know, you could make, like, tech startup money, like, venture capital money. You could make a lot of money by selling a model like that. She basically does what a lot of organizations are spending millions to try and do. But the fact that the fact that he turned it down is like, well, he's not in it for the money then. He's in it because he enjoys it, or because it means something to him, or both. Yeah. He derives some kind of meaning from it, clearly. Which is very cool. You have a list of characteristics associated with chairs and a complicated mapping of an object to that space. As in, like, see, this is the thing though, is that if you ask somebody to list out the characteristics of a chair, they'll normally quite struggle. So it's not even something that they're actually like aware of necessarily. That's what makes it so fascinating. If someone has aphantasia, does that mean that they can't like visually recall faces or places or things? Just kind of the idea of it. Yeah, that's how it works for me. That's how it works for me. I can't recall faces. I can't even like picture Husmod's face. And I've been seeing his face every single day for like many years, almost a decade. So yeah. It might be that LLMs just need an unbelievable amount of data to become sentient, kind of like you can replicate a computer in Minecraft. You might be able to replicate sentience in an LLM given complicated enough structure and right amount of reinforcement. I'm not convinced that you can, just because of the fact that they're basically just a fancy regression model. And I don't think that that technology is enough for sentience. But then again, we don't even have a consistent definition of what sentience is. So like if we can't even define it yet, how are we going to recognize it if it ever happened, right? Like it's quite difficult. If an AI is sentient, any damage or harm could be rolled back. Potentially, but then again, that's not inherently a guarantee, because say for example, if it replicates itself without us realizing, then it could replicate itself before the damage is rolled back. So not inherently. Legally it isn't a person, even if it were factually sentient. Yeah, but the thing is that like psychological ethics is not just about legality. It's kind of like we follow the law as a default, and then there's extra stuff on top of that that we need to consider, if that makes sense. Because basically like psychologists try to follow the general same principle of medicine of like do no harm, but you have to be really, really careful in order to do that. But then we also have to consider things like our place in societal hierarchies and stuff like that, and how that can influence the interactions that we're having with people. So it's very complicated, actually. It's very complicated. And it's one of the reasons why I didn't want to be a clinical psychologist, because it's a whole can of worms that I don't feel comfortable navigating. I'm not in clinical psych, but we're constantly drilled about ethics and such a lot, at least the basic ones. My country does not have anything really set officially for counselling psych, but wouldn't that still be an ethical issue considering confidentiality is being breached? Confidentiality of the AI? Interesting. I guess not inherently of the AI, but it would be potentially for the people whose data has been fed into the AI. Now, if it's coming from like a public source, like for example, Twitch chat, like Twitch chat, anyone can see it. You don't need to be logged in to see it. So anyone can access that. So in theory, it's public domain. So the ethical issues with it are lesser. But of course, that doesn't mean that people don't share private information in a public Twitch chat, you know? So there's definitely a potential risk there. It'd be really interesting if Ellie, Shumi, and Psydere sit on to talk on this topic. I mean, I'm always down to talk about things. Honestly, like, I've always wanted to do more collabs, but the reason why I don't is just because my schedule is wacky. I've not been able to organize anything. I have, like, I want to say I have a list of, like, 15, 20 people that, like, I've said to them, I will organize a collab with you at some point because I actively want to collab with them. And then I just haven't managed to make the time for it because you have to be able to plan in advance. And as long as I've got my PhD corrections hanging over my head, I can't really plan in advance. Who knows? Maybe from like September onwards, I might finally start doing collabs because I'll finally have a schedule. But the other thing is that I don't have to just think about mine, like my schedule. I have to think about Husmod's as well, because like I don't want to organize something and then, you know, what I'm doing is actually really, really disruptive because he's got like a work deadline or something, you know. But obviously the main thing is my schedule. It's just like an extra consideration that I don't need to think about it, but you know, I like to, and I want to be considerate. One foot in front of the other on editing work and you can get it done. I'm doing my best. I've made pretty good progress. I'm on like, I think I'm on chapter 7 now. Wait, I'm on chapter 7 now. I'm halfway through chapter 7. So that's exciting. I'm good, I know. You always tell me not to worry about it, but I don't want to cause you problems. Good Husmod. What are PhD corrections? I've never heard of the term. So I sat my defense. So I wrote my PhD thesis. It's a disgusting document. I have it right here. I have a printout of it right here. Let's see. It is 344 pages long. It's 344 pages long. Pre-edits. It's going to be longer post-edits. I mean, 344, yeah. I mean, to be fair, that includes references. If I take out the references, then it is... There's like 100 pages of references. Let's see. Huh? Yeah, there we are. Minus references, it's 262. But yeah, it's going to be longer. Because they told me to add things in. They didn't tell me to take out anything. They told me to just add things in. But I haven't yet. I've just been doing the, you know, copy edits. I've been making sure the words all word properly to start with, and then I'll have actually something functional. 100 pages of references. I'm almost scared to come pick me up. Yeah, that's how I feel about it too. I try not to look at it, actually. I try not to look at the reference list. That's what a PhD will do to you. It's 100 pages of references, and like 250 pages of work. And then by the end of my edits, it may well be 200. It may well be like 300 pages of edits, words, things. Yeah. I get my bachelor's degree before Psydere finishes her PhD. I'll have you know, I have a hard deadline of the 3rd of September. I have a hard deadline of the 3rd of September, and if my edits are not completed and approved by the 3rd of September, then I don't get my doctorate. So, I will finish it. There will be no extensions this time. I swear there will be no extensions. I will make it so. But yeah, that's what I have to do. Yeah, they'll be done. I'll get through it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm glad I'm not the only one that physically reacts to my dissertation. Yeah, the thing is that like every time I read through it, I have such mixed emotional responses to it. Sometimes I read it and I'm like, wow, this is fire. This is like the best thing that's ever been written ever. And then other times I read it and I'm like, this is disgusting. What creature had the audacity to write a piece of work like this? I hate it. Yeah, it is a disgusting document. It radiates evil and its existence is a crime against life itself. Exactly. That's how I feel about it. Yeah. I cry. The ultimate article would just be references and no article. I'm sure someone's done that as a April Fool's Day paper once. Surely someone's done that. Yeah, only 21 days left. Why would you remind me of that, Astral? Stop it. I don't want to be reminded. Stop making me want to make video essays. I should make video essays. I have one video essay that I almost fully drafted out and was like, I'm going to make it. And then I never made it. I should do that. Why is there 100 pages of references? Research papers don't have this many. It's because my first 2 chapters are just literature review. So a lot of it is in there. And then also I've cited every single like scale and experimental item that I've ever used. And then also the last chapter is a discussion chapter, but it's like a big chunk of it. So that's also got loads of references in it. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in, Shanapak. Hi. I hope you're good. I'm starting in September. You can go for bigger. You can do it. You're going to do amazing. Yeah, dissertations are a lot longer than journal papers. Journal papers like are normally at the most 10,000 words, and this one is 80,000. That's my maximum that I'm allowed to go to. Right now it's on 75,000, so I have a fair bit of wiggle room to get the remaining things that they need in there done. So that's good. How many papers or works are referenced in those 100 pages? That's a good question. I don't know. Let's have a quick look. If I just count up how many are on one page, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's about nine references per page. So 9 times 100 odd. 900? That seems a bit excessive. Huh? It's probably closer to 750 because some of the references are like really long because people give their papers really long titles or because they've got 72 million authors. So it's probably closer to like 700, 750. Yeah. How many chapters? There's 8 chapters. Yeah. It's quite long. I love the model jittering the eyes as you counted. As though you were struggling. I was struggling. That was actually just me. That's just me. I can't count. I'm a psychologist, not a mathematician. Sideways thesis is just like, look at this, bro. And then 20 references repeated for 70k words. It's true. It's true. Yeah, I've only got 1 chapter left and I'm excited to get through it, honestly. Like well, I've got 1.5 because I'm halfway through chapter 7. But like chapter 7 and chapter 8 are the 2 that needed the least edits. This is kind of wild and surprising, but I actually did in fact get better at writing as I went through my PhD. So the last 2 chapters are like, well, okay, like the last empirical chapter, as in like where I did actual experiments, it is so noticeably better than anything else in that thesis. It's actually funny. And then the discussion section, they told me at my Viva, like that is the best chapter. Like your discussion chapter is the best one. You did really well in that. I was like, thank you. Thanks. Maybe I should just stick to doing theoretical work instead of doing actual researchy, experimenty things because my experiments were trash. I'm gonna be so real. They were underpowered AF. Dissertation and the cost of time and effort to get to that point makes me hesitant to even think about getting a PhD in anything, even though I know I could do it. Honestly, I was kind of the same. But if you find something that you care about enough and you are able to do it like in a way that makes you happy, then that in itself is like the reward. At least it was for me anyway. Like, yeah, my advisor was very, very chill. She basically let me just get on with stuff and do things the way that I wanted to do it. And then she'd just kind of come in and like steer me in the right direction if I started doing something wacky, which was very, very nice. It was very nice. One time I had to read a Catholic article in the university and they cite the Bible. I mean, it's fair enough. If you're doing like theological research, it makes sense to cite the Bible. I did like an Eastern theology module when I was in undergrad for some reason. I don't know why. This is also related to how I ended up in those cults, by the way. But I did like an Eastern theology module and I had to cite like, you know, like the Bhagavad Gita and the various like Buddhist texts and stuff like that. So it makes sense. I just wanted to do this book and do research, and then they made me go through 10 years of training. I know. It just doesn't end. It doesn't end. Why am I still training? Why won't the training stop? I'm suffering so much. The Bible is conveniently sliced up by sentence for easy citation. It's true, actually. It genuinely is. Quotes the Bible. It's a political science paper. It's instructional. I mean, I've seen wacky things quoted in papers. There's a paper that I read about conspiracy theories that started with like Muse lyrics. So that's a thing. All this training, that's what AI is for. Oh dear. I'm trying to think. Like, I'm trying to think if there was anything else I wanted to say about our discussion about people interacting with AI earlier. I know that Kleeper mentioned the uncanny valley, which I find really, really interesting also. As an autistic person, I find the uncanny valley really interesting because I get called that sometimes. I get called that sometimes. Oh dear. Oh, also Teo, you asked about face blindness. Yeah, I do have face blindness. And do you have an easy time recognizing a face the moment you see it again? It depends on... No, normally I don't. I can't, like, if you give me just a face entirely out of context, I can't tell who it is, basically. And this is a problem that I've had a fair amount in certain, like, situations where someone's like changed something about their outfit or changed something about their hair, and I just can't, I don't recognize them anymore. So yeah, that's a bit horrifying, really. I started my master's with a Terry Pratchett quote, not gonna lie. I mean, that's extremely cool. That's extremely cool. I wanted to find a cool quote to start mine with, but then I couldn't think of anything, which is kind of sad. There was like a little gremlin voice in my head that was like, you should find a VTuber quote that's something to do with conspiracy theories and then put that in there. But then I decided that was probably not for the best. That reminds me, there's a paper that I've seen that uses epidemiological models to describe propagation of conspiracies. Ooh, interesting, interesting. Put a link to it in the Discord server because I want to read it. Actually, wait, I might have seen it before now that I think about it, actually. Psychology students, when do I stop searching for references and write the article? Professor, that's the fun part, you don't. Genuinely, that was me for most of my PhD. I just like kept being like, yippee, 50 more papers indicated on my RSS feed, yay! And then I would look through them and I'd be like, yay, 10 of them are relevant to my thesis. I should read them. And then I didn't read them. And that's how I ended up with 4,500 unread papers in my Psydere library. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you're not in the Discord server. Well, you should be. You should be. We need a conspiracy theorist VTuber. No, we really don't, actually. Oh, we really don't. Please, no. Anything but that. Based RSS user, yeah. We love RSS feeds. Although a load of journals have been shutting down their RSS feeds, which is really, really annoying. It's really annoying. I wish they wouldn't do that. I cry. Let's see. I'm just gonna have a quick skim and see. I'm gonna have a quick skim and see if an entity like Psydere streams, then it's sentient. Oh dear. Yeah, a quick schema. No, not a quick schema. A quick skim. A quick skim. What is a great VTuber without a rival? We need Miss Infodere. It's true, actually. We do need Miss Infodere. We do need her. Also, Doc Rick, hi, sorry you came in and I didn't see you. I'm sorry. Hello. I hope you're good. How are you doing? How are you doing? I'm not used to the chat moving fast. I'm still adjusting. With a large enough model, individual tokens, what it has instead of straight text might approach ability to replicate functionality, like literally of a human mind. To me, it's not the question of impossibility of fitting it into a statistical formula. The real question is if the architecture makes it plausible to create such a large model. Yeah, that's an entire like separate thing, but it's also really, really interesting, right? Really, really interesting, like the actual tech behind like, is it even feasible? But then tech is changing so quickly that it's really hard to know. Yeah. People don't share private information. The number of times I've seen someone respond to a social media post with journals or a thing and we shouldn't share everything. I know. People put so many things out in the open on social media and I'm like, huh? Why are you saying that? Keep that to yourself. Or maybe your friends. And if you don't have any friends, put it in a book and then close it and then walk away. I mean, I think that VTubing can do with borrowing some storytelling from wrestling, Hope shifting away from idol culture would help us move in that direction. I mean, a lot of it is, a lot of like traditional VTubers actually did use that. So, you know, like they did use the kind of like, what's it called? Like kayfabe, something like that. Something like that. They used a lot of that. That's kind of like where VTuber lore comes from. But I feel like it's VTubing is actually moving in the opposite direction. I think it's actually just moving towards like normal kayfabe, okay. Kayfab, okay. Okay. Yeah, that one. But like the kind of like the lore, the origin story, the staying in character. Like some people do that with VTubing. I find that really difficult. I don't know how people do it. I struggle to like even just mask in the workplace, let alone maintain a whole separate character for like hours at a time. It's always, this is lore, this is what happened, never here's an actual unfolding storyline. Yeah, this is the thing, right? There are definitely some VTubers that have done that. In fact, given that we keep using them as examples, I would argue that like, I feel like Vedal's actually pretty good at doing this with the girls. Like he's pretty good at creating a storyline. And a lot of the times it's just like kind of capitalizing on stuff that's happening already. But it like turns into a narrative, and if he doesn't, then the community does instead. They're really, really good at coming up with stories. It's so cool. I think the Swarm's kind of like a conspiracy network discussing things like, is Vedal a femboy? Okay, what is up with that actually? What is up with the Vedal femboy allegations? Why is this a thing, and where did it come from? Like, is it literally just extending off the programmer socks meme or what? Where did it come from? Oh dear. To be fair, I just came back from dinner. Okay, good. Good. Also, hi the chow mein. Hi. Welcome in. Where are the places we're going? We haven't even started going to them yet. This is meant to be a GeoGuessr stream. I just haven't got there yet. Classic. Tech is changing so quickly. We're literally quantum tunneling electrons in our devices. How further can it go? It can always go further. It came after Fillion suplexed him at TwitchCon. I see. That's where it came from. I saw that happen. I was watching that stream. That was very funny. See, the thing is that I like have a lot of streams on in the background, but I'm not part of like the social media like bits. Like I'm in the Discord, but I don't really look at it. I'm like vaguely aware of the, you know, the fact that there is a subreddit and stuff, but I just don't, I don't have the time to engage with them. So this is sad. I feel like I'm missing out on so much lore. Not an expert, but I think the key element missing in current architecture is the actual ability to learn from experience and be embodied in the real world. Yeah, I mean, there's a chance that might change. I mean, arguably it already is changing. Neurocar at the forefront of AI overlords. Oh lord. Oh dear. Uh-oh. Great scientist character you're playing here. It's very convincing. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's sorry everybody. It's all kayfabe. It's all kayfab. It's not real. I'm not actually a scientist. It's been a bit. The bit's gone on too long. I can't stop it now. I'm sorry. Oh dear. It kind of is a weird thing that it's kind of a weird thing where any sign of non-masculinity is treated as femininity. It feels very weird and disrespectful to me, but if he's fine with it, then he's fine with it. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, he's not told people to stop, but then sometimes, I don't know. I'm not going to speculate into what someone else is thinking about that. But for me personally, if it were like the other way around, I would be weirded out by it, you know? But, you know, it's fine. If it's a bit that you're comfortable with and it's, you know, people find it funny. Yeah. Empregamos, no. What is up with those as well? I know someone whose community like have made mpreg art, and I'm like, I don't get it, but okay. I don't understand. I just don't understand. Maybe I'm just too old. Maybe I'm just too old nowadays. So sad. Oh dear. Thank you, Bertini Canna, for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. I hope you're good. Thank you for the follow. And also, hi, John Monaville. Welcome in. Thank you for the lab safe register check-in. And also, hi, Racco. Hi. How are you doing? How are you doing? I hope you're good. I hope you're good. How are you? Beto has 3 modes: from the front, femboy; from the side, pregnant; and from the back, giga chat. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not interested. I'm not interested in like the backtuber thing, but I am interested in the psychology of the backtuber thing. This is fascinating to me. I don't get it. I don't get it. Maybe I'm just too married. Maybe I'm just too married for this. What is the backtuber thing? Mylin. Oh, Mylin. Do we tell Mylin about the backtuber thing? Oh no. Oh no. What is a backtuber? Okay, there's multiple people that don't know. I don't know if I want to tell you. No, it's fine. It's not. I don't know how else to no. I just Google it. Just Google it. Just Google it. Sweet summer child. Yeah, just Google it. No backtubing in this chat. Exactly. Exactly. You don't corrupt them. I do want to know your take. Okay, I'm not gonna go down the backtubing rabbit hole. I'm not going to, because personally it's just, I don't know, I don't really get it. But I think that there is an more interesting, wider conversation to have about like how people interact with streamers. But I think it's the kind of thing where I want to think about it before I say anything. Do you know what I mean? Like, I want to go away and look at like relevant literature and piece things together and make sure that I'm not saying anything rude. That, basically. Not rude, but like that could be misconstrued. Because sometimes when you talk about something that's happening, you talk about the psychology, the social psychology of what might be happening. Sometimes people, for lack of a better word, sometimes people can feel called out, right? I just don't know how else to describe it. Like, sometimes people can feel called out because it's a bit weird to like have someone point out to you like, oh, by the way, these are probably the social processes that are happening in that moment, because then you become aware. And like, obviously everybody involved in this are all content creators. If I were to say anything, there is a non-zero chance that it would get clipped and then they might see it. And I don't want to make them uncomfortable. So it's not something that I would want to talk about unless I had like the explicit okay from the people involved. I don't know if that makes sense. It's just like an ethical thing for me. Like Neuro and her interactions with people, or like how the swarm as a collective interacts with various things, that I'm okay to talk about. But I think the backtuber thing, it just, I don't know what about it exactly it is, but to me it just feels like it crosses a kind of ethical line that I wouldn't be comfortable talking about in detail. I think because it has the potential to like embarrass people, basically. Like highlighting the social psychology of what's going on there, it has the potential for people to be embarrassed, and I don't want that. If people message me and were like, hey man, it's all content, like go for it, just talk about it, I'd be like, okay, fine, I can talk about it. But until that was to happen, I wouldn't feel comfortable doing it. I don't know if that makes any sense. I don't know if that makes any sense. Yeah. You're playing Play Up again? Nice word. Hi, hi. I hope you're enjoying it. I hope you're enjoying it. The conversation that we like to call, why are you like this in the business? I mean, that's exactly it, to be honest. That's exactly it. Like, why are you like this? Like, yeah. Sometimes people can feel weird about someone with expertise speculating about why they're like this. So I don't want to make anyone feel uncomfortable. That's what it boils down to. How the meme propagated is the interesting part. I agree. That part is interesting. That part is interesting, but I don't know enough about it anyway. And I would feel more comfortable talking about pretty much any other meme in the community bar that one. Yeah. The backtuber thing is the most conspiracy the swarm gets. Someone pauses for half a second on a frame with a back, and then chat is all like, aha, exposed. I don't know if it's conspiracy, but I think it's like they've got a narrative and they kind of fit things into it, right? They just kind of fit things into it. And that's cool. Like some of the narratives I think are really, like actually really fun. So for example, like the swarm has this like collective narrative around like certain people are going to be hired by Vedal AI and they're going to become part of like the corporate, and then they're all going to be working together like so that Neuro can be real. And I think that's a really cute little story. I think that's such a cute little like narrative to come up with. It's very, very cute. But other ones I'm kind of like, oh, I'm not sure how I feel about that one. Let's see, hang on. I lost where I was in the chat. Thank you, Dead Hyperspace, for the hydrate. And also RF Dima, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. Fair approach, I respect it. Thank you. I'm a professional. Gotta be professional. Gotta be professional. If people gonna message me, never said, oh, people, I'll talk about it if people message me. Never said it had to be the people you're gonna discuss. No, it would have to be the people that I would discuss. Yeah. Yeah. Fine example of the butterfly effect. I wouldn't say it's in exactly the butterfly effect. Like I said, I think it's just like a narrative that things get slotted into, and then it just becomes a meme. I think that is basically is the short of it, but like the actual social dynamics of what's going on there, like I said, I wouldn't feel comfortable talking about it without explicit permission and doing a little bit of research first. Also, hi Merliora, hi. Oh, Merliora, sorry. Hello. Hi. The beans, yes. The driving outcome was fun. I was surprised to see how well the latency was with Neuro being in the UK. See, I haven't seen it yet. Like either of the videos. I'm not gonna watch it tonight. But I'm looking forward to it. I think it's gonna be funny. I'd love to hear Vedal's take on it. He'll never give a take on it. He famously doesn't say anything about anything. You ever have this, man, I just want to do all the science? Yes, all the time. All the time. I have so many sciences that I want to do and not enough funding to do any of it. It's so sad. I have drunk some water. There you go. What you need to know about the Neurocar, Ellie hit her head. Yeah, I saw the picture on Twitter when that happened. I was like, that looks actually dangerous. That's kind of wild. She's braver than I am. I wouldn't have got in there. I wouldn't have got in that car. I don't trust it. British people not wanting to express emotions? Man, yeah, I know, right? Avoiding takes is how Vedal has come so far in this business. Genuinely, actually, I think you're onto something there. He doesn't say anything about anything. And it means that he is just, there's nothing, like he's never said anything controversial. So yeah. Win-win all round. We get unproblematic fave and he gets the continuation of Neuro's streaming career. Very, very smart approach. I try to also not say things about things that I don't have expertise in, because otherwise that would be silly. And I would probably be spreading misinformation. Let's be real. Let's be real. Need more trolley problem scenarios. Now she can drive. I'd love to see the kid's evolution of her choices, and now she can actually cause bodily harm. See, this is the thing that really interests me. How would Neuro and Evil differ in their choices? Would Evil run over someone? Would she do it? I don't know. I'm one of those people that is inclined to believe that Neuro is actually more unhinged than Evil. I think Evil is all talk and no action. I don't think she would do it. I think she'd drive around giving this massive monologue about how she's definitely going to run over everybody, and then she would never actually do it. Whereas Neuro, she's just straight in for the kill. My trolley problem comes with a high score counter. That's Neuro's approach. That's Neuro's approach. When Evil's like, my trolley problem comes with a high score counter, and I need them to think it's high even though it's not. She's like cheating her way. Oh gosh, that's very funny. That's very funny. The most important skill a content creator needs, shutting up. Exactly. Genuinely, yes. But then it's kind of difficult, right? Because if you're a content creator as a job, your whole job is basically giving takes in a way. Like, you have to keep talking about things that people find interesting. And to some extent, you can reuse stuff, but you have to do it in a way that's not like immediately obvious. So you kind of have to space things out as much as possible. You know, I've told the story about the chlorine gas like 2-3 times. I think I tell it slightly differently each time. The last time that I told it was definitely the most dramatic. But also the most accurate, if I'm being honest. The previous times I actually downplayed it. It was really bad. I did actually do £10,000 worth of damage. But yeah, like it's kind of interesting. I think that there's a bit of a distinction between people that have worked like some kind of quote unquote traditional job, like in an office or whatever, and people that have gone straight into streaming or content creation of any kind as their career. People that have had some kind of job beforehand seem to be a bit better at just knowing when to not say anything. Yeah, that's my anecdote. I can't verify that, but I wouldn't be surprised if like having a job kind of teaches you the skills of how to not say things, unless you're like oblivious and you just keep saying them anyway. That's what a lot of people still do. That some people continue to say things even though they shouldn't, because they want the responses that it gives, you know. Yeah. Yeah. Hi, Tubi newbie. Hi. I wonder how much speed using AI personalities for study prototyping, for example, artificial questionnaire data, will get. Seems like a cheap way to at least gain interesting first insights. Well, the thing is that like in order to generate, like you can already simulate data. That's a thing that psychologists do a fair bit. We normally simulate data to be able to kind of like plan things like how many people we need in our sample and stuff like that. I don't know if using AI would make it any fundamentally different. It'd probably be different in terms of like qualitative responses. So like, for example, if you've got a survey and you have a question where people can just type their answers into it, it would probably be different in terms of that. But in terms of quantitative responses, I don't know if it would be any different. But you can already simulate data. You just need to kind of have a vague like prediction of the parameters that you think are gonna occur in your data set. Yeah. Evil is the kinder one. It's just a name. That is true. That is true. She is, of course, also perfectly sane. Evil would run you over and then she would ask for forgiveness. Do you reckon? I feel like she would just give it all talk. She'd be like, yeah, man, I'm totally going to run you over right now. I'm going to completely run you over until there's nothing but pain and suffering in your whole body. I'm going to do it. I swear I'm going to do it. And then you'd be like, okay, do it then. And then she'd just be like, they should just keep talking and they should never actually do it. That's what I think. There's a remote-controlled robot wrestling league. I'm just saying, 2 robots enter, maybe 2 leave. It's like battle bots. Oh my gosh. That's so funny. Yeah, it was Chunibyo. She so is. That's such a good way to describe her. That's such a good way to describe her. Neuro's chaotic evil, yeah. Federal said the same thing about Neuro being all talk once and then evil shocked him for it. Oh, that's so funny. That's so funny. Your job is giving takes. Most people probably have nothing else to talk about. That's the thing, right? Like if you think about just like the average Twitch streamer that streams as a job, their job is literally to like get people to watch them. And the way that you get people to watch them is either by saying interesting things or saying dramatic things or saying things that people will argue with. Or saying things that people will find funny. Like, those are kind of like the main options, really. You need to elicit some kind of emotional response that's then going to increase engagement. But, yeah. Eventually you run out of things like that you care about to talk about. So then you have to stray into things that other people think are interesting to talk about. And that I think is where things start to go a little bit skewed. And I'm personally very, very grateful that I've had training in like, this is what you are qualified to talk about and this is what you are not qualified to talk about. And this is what you are qualified to give a kind of basic overview of, but don't try and go into the detail because you're not qualified on that, if that makes sense. I'm very, very grateful I've had that. And I feel like probably a lot of people would benefit from it generally, not just on Twitch, but just like in general. A lot of people say things and then they don't know what they're talking about and then they seem silly and then everyone is like, you don't know what you're talking about. And then it is a mess. Oh. Some people can't stop talking. Why do you do me like that? I mean, I'm the same. I can't judge. I can't judge. I wonder how prominent AI is or is becoming in a synthetic QA, as in like quality assurance or whatever it would just call chucking a bunch of inputs at a software to test it. Yeah, I do wonder, actually. Yeah. Are there any psychology courses in universities about AI ethics? There probably are, but I don't know what they are off the top of my head. But they must exist. Surely they exist. Surely. Someone setting up a VTuber BattleBots tourney? Let's go. I think I might... Is this an event? Is this happening at an event? That's extremely cool. That's very fun. New study. Testing whether career training or skills related to the amount of drama an influencer has. That would be a really interesting thing to study, to be fair. Like, does your career, if you had a career before streaming, does that impact how you approach streaming? That would be super, super interesting. I wonder. The Vettelverse stuff is chaotic, but I also think it's nice that they formed a group that they can rely on each other content-wise instead of burdening themselves alone. It's very, very true. They have a really cute little network of collaborators. It's quite a big network as well, from what I can tell. And there's like different people that do different things. And I think that's very cool. I think that's very, very cool. Yeah. I think that being a content creator brings the complex question of understanding that what people want to see is not necessarily what you want to show. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You have to kind of like consider both, really, because you need it to have a level of what you want to do and what you find interesting. Otherwise, you won't want to keep doing it. But you also have to kind of tailor it to what other people want. And finding that balance, it's like a constant thing. Like, even I have been doing this like over time. If you go back and look at my content from when I first started, it was very, very different to what I do now. Like, I yap so much more than I used to. There was like an entire period of like a year where I was mostly just doing co-working streams. And then I realized, like, as time went on, people were basically like joining the stream during the breaks where I would be talking, and then they would leave during the work sessions where I was muted. And that was the pattern. And then I was like, huh, maybe I should just talk. I remember the co-working streams. I know, such a throwback. They were a thing. They were a thing. Trying to figure out that balance is such a monumental effort. It is, isn't it? But it's kind of fun. Like, it's kind of fun to like make little changes to what you're doing and then adapt accordingly. I find it a lot of fun anyway. So like, I really enjoy looking at like, okay, how many people turn up to stream on this day? How many turn up on this day? Okay, so this day is clearly not a good day. And then if I like change the time of it slightly, how does that change the number of people that turn up? And then depending on what I'm talking about, how does that affect like how much people are actually talking in the chat? All of these things I find really fascinating. It's very, very cool. It's very, very cool. Yeah. That could be an archival study. We could do it. Ooh, that's tempting. That's tempting. Make a note of that somewhere. Add that to the list of things that we could totally do at some point. I feel like we need some kind of shared document to just store our research ideas at this point. Oh my goodness, why are we like this? Oh no. Let's go. Let's go. We're gonna have that document. Thank you, Mylan. Everyone here is Psydere's research subject. It's true. You are. You did all sign the informed consent form. So, yeah. Does Twitch have a number of chat messages per time, or is that just an informal observation? Yeah, we get like a stream summary at the end of every stream, and it has information. I can bring it up very quickly so I can say exactly what it has. It has information about chat messages, average viewers, how many chatters are actually like active, how many people are active, whether people are creating clips. Oh, people have been creating clips today. That's cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. I also need to say, before I like forget, shout out to all of the clippers, like Shinster, Staz, Baggy Pants Man, all of them. I appreciate them so much. And like, there's like Spectral Clips, who's been making clips of me too. And like all the people on Twitch that clip as well. I really appreciate all of you. Wow, yeah. But like seriously, every single clip that I've ever done, I really, really appreciate it. It makes me so happy when I see it. But then also I don't watch it back because I'm scared, because I don't like seeing myself. When I have to edit my own VODs, I just like pretend it's not me. Yeah. Thank you for joining. Thank you for following Meliora. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for signing the informed consent form. You are now part of the research participation pool. What counts as an active watcher? Am I hurting your numbers by mostly just lurking? No. So the number that you see, like the number that you can see on your end is that's like the concurrent viewers. So that's anybody who is watching the stream. So you need to have, if I remember correctly, you need to have the stream unmuted and the tab needs to be active, as in you need to have interacted with the tab or, you know, have it like up on your screen in some way. And yeah, that's just the number of people watching. But there's also what it calls chatters, and those are the people that are actually in the chat typing messages. So it's not the number of messages that are being sent, it's the number of people that are sending messages. And it doesn't like inherently, as far as I understand it, it doesn't inherently hurt by lurking. It's more just like you are just classified differently, basically. Do we have a chatter rating? I don't know. Maybe. I have a rating in terms of the emotes. I can tell you that the most used emote is the smug face, and the least used emote is the noted. Yes. Yes, smug. Yes. And I can also tell you, Discovery, how viewers found your stream. This is some interesting things. I can tell you that my most viewed viewers, not my most viewed viewers are generally located in the US or the UK or Germany. But it's definitely the US that's dominant. 34% of viewers are from there. There's an interesting range of countries on there though. And then I can also tell you how people are finding this stream. 30% of people are finding the stream from Vedal. And then 8% of people are finding the stream from Aqua. And then 4% of people found the stream from Zekros, who raided earlier. So... I think US being so Twitch heavy shifts the number. Yeah, I think so too. It also depends on when you stream as well, though, to be fair. Like, when I stream later, it gets really high. Like, I've had streams where it's been like 60% of viewers are from the US. But when I stream a bit earlier, it's more like closer to... I've seen it as low as 25. Yeah. Why from Aqua? Probably just because she's like in the network. Like, basically the way that it recommends, as far as I can tell, the way that the network vaguely works is that it matches up channels based on how many like people watch both. So for example, it might be like, okay, Psydere has 50 viewers, and of those viewers, 25 are also regular Vedal watchers. So therefore, we are going to recommend Psydere to Vedal's channel watchers, since there seems to be a bit of overlap there. And it's going to be the same with like Aqua. Like, it's going to be like people watch Aqua, also are kind of interested at least, or part of the like interested in people that are part of the Vedalverse, and then, or the Neuroverse, or whatever you call it. And then therefore people that like Aqua might be interested in Psydere. That's kind of how it works. That's how it works. Yeah. Hi Baum, welcome in. I saw a clip of Vedal raiding you and then came here. Welcome, hi. Was it from the Stars clip? Shout out to Stars. Stars is a good egg. Yeah, I've had quite a few people say, I mean, obviously lots of people, that raid was an experience. I've had a lot of people appear. This time last week, I was on under 1,500 followers. So, and my viewer count was half. So it's been wild. It's been wild. How does it categorize people coming from somewhere? Because I keep hearing the recommendation system is pretty bad. I'm not entirely sure. I think it's literally just like they are on a stream and then they see you on the recommended list and then they click onto your stream, if that makes sense. Because Twitch does have a recommendation list. Like if I scroll down, I've got like my followed channels, and then underneath it, it says live channels, and it's people that I don't follow, but I might be interested in. So yeah. Interesting to know that people who watches Aqua watches you. Yeah. I mean, I think that it's probably skewed by the raid at the minute, to be fair. Because a lot of people that came in, obviously, you know, it was the Swarm. The Swarm came in. They're all Neuro watchers. Probably also a large number of them at least sometimes watch Aqua. So that's, I imagine it's just from that. I imagine it's from that. But I don't know how it works exactly. Recommendations are bad. I keep getting ASMR and I hate it. I'm the same. I don't like ASMR. I don't like ASMR. You know, people are like, oh, it gives me the tinglies in a good way. And I'm like, it gives me the tinglies in a very, very bad way. I don't like it. It makes my skin crawl, actually. It really, really does something bad. I don't like it. Oh my gosh. Should I celebrate? That's the hype train emote, right? That's wild. You know what? My biggest life regret is that I was there during that hype train and I didn't contribute to it and I never got the emote. And that makes me sad. But I was on a graduate student salary at the time, so... I have the extension where you can block categories and tags from your recommendations. See, that's smart. That's smart. I should do that too. I only watch them on YouTube. That's why I'm not part of that statistic. Yeah, to be honest, I'm kind of the same. I've been really struggling to keep up with most of the streamers that I want to watch. And as a result, I am kind of just I'm kind of just watching clips on YouTube at the minute. Yeah. Thank you for the hydrate, Just Jane. Did I say hello to you earlier? I saw your check-in, but I can't remember if I said hello. I'm sorry if I didn't. Hello. I hope you're good. I will drink. All of my followers are VTubers and all of the recommendations are like FPS and face streamers. That's so funny. At least mine are actually VTubers, which is surprising because I don't exclusively watch VTubers. I actually watch others too. But like mine, if I have a quick skim down, mine are like just chatting, art, marbles on stream, games and software and game development, art. Yeah, so I think those are fairly accurate. I think, maybe, perhaps. I don't know why I like ASMR, but I have misophonia, particularly eating sounds. I have such a problem with like slurping noises. And I think it's because I'm British. Like other eating noises that don't bother me, but slurping specifically, I was like socialized being told slurping is rude. And I got like so badly told off for it again and again and again when I was a kid that now I can't hear it. It actually makes my skin crawl. It's terrible. Aqua's funny because she tries to look cool and composed and then the Freudian slips come in. Oh gosh, incredible. Incredible. See, that's why you should take the approach that I do. Just don't try to be cool. Just don't try. I'm like, there is not a single cool thing about me. We have all accepted this straight away. That's the way to go about it. I can't wait for mukbang that stuff. Yeah, no, I don't like mukbang either. So. No, thank you. Mostly VTubers and some esports stuff. I see. Majority of mine are music and art streamers. Ah, this is fascinating. Being a scientist is cool though. Is it though? I mean, I think it's cool, but most people are kind of like, ooh, interesting. Okay. And then they back away slowly. Hi, Wooly. Oh, we're Wooly, sorry. Woolooly. There we go. We got there eventually. Hello, welcome in. Cool is a secondary effect. I mean, maybe. Not trying is what makes you look cool, I tell myself. That's what I tell myself too. Nobody ever agrees with me though. My approach is like just embrace the cringe. I can't change my cringe, so I should just embrace it. And then if people are like put off by it, okay, we're just not meant to be friends. But if they're not, then that means maybe they're cool. Yeah. This is definitely good logic, I swear. Also, hi Swiftcharts, hi. Being a scientist is nerd cool. I mean, I try and tell myself that, but I'm not convinced that I am nerd cool. Oh. I primarily watch Alveus Animal Sanctuary on here, so I get loads of animal stuff. That's so cute. Sometimes I watch the ones that are just like ducks and chickens. I like birds. I think they're cute. Yeah. Mine's mostly VTubers because I watch Flesh People on my other account. That's valid. My recommended channels is just like 90% friends of Ellie and then one person who's friends with a flesh tuber I watch. Incredible. Incredible. Just entirely centered around one channel. I love that. Embrace the cringe t-shirt merch when. Oh man, merch. You know, I do actually have exactly one piece of merch for sale. Somewhere. But I think that so far everyone that's bought it, they're like, I think I made it good value for money. At least I hope so. I hope so. And they back away slowly translates to my experience of thank you. That was very detailed and exact explanation, but I just answered your question. Yeah, exactly. I tell them exactly what I do and then they're like, well, actually, when I tell people that I research why people believe conspiracy theories, the response is either like, they tell me their own pet theory about why people believe conspiracy theories, or they tell me about a relative that started believing conspiracy theories, and they don't know what to do about it and ask for advice, or they tell me about their favorite conspiracy theory. Like, there is no in between. It's always one of those three options. Oh no. Yeah, embrace the unhinged core. Be a menace. I'm a menace. I am a menace, let's be honest. I say you're very nerd cool. Real cool, maybe not, but nerd cool 100%. Thank you, Astral. That means a lot. I don't think I am, though. I think I just exist. I just yap. If I was cool, I'd be able to do other things in addition to yapping about science, you know? Just yapping in general. Sciencing in general. I'd be able to do other things too, but my extended skill set is fairly limited. Like, I see people that are like good at art or like good at 3D modeling, and then on top of that they can also do music, and then they're also like really, really smart, and then I'm like, oh, how do you exist? How do you exist? Or like those people that like pick up any skill after like 3 seconds, or the people that speak like 7 different languages. Those people I think are cool. I'm just a silly little guy. What's your favorite reaction? I think my favorite reaction is when people give me their own pet theory, because that sometimes might have an interesting insight that I could take away, if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes any sense. Like, I've had insights from people telling me their theory about why people believe conspiracy theories that has then kind of gently nudged how I feel about it, you know? Yeah. Hi, Desmond. Hi, welcome in. This VTuber is likely aware of behavior genetics. I am. I am aware. I am aware. I always find looking at my two YouTube account recommendations very interesting, as the neuro account aligns more directly, but it doesn't get the great deep cuts. Yeah, see, my YouTube, I'm going to bring up my YouTube recommendations real quick. I think my YouTube is really skewed at the minute because, yeah, it's just basically it's just basically my friends. And then like, oh wait, no, this is the wrong one. Let me switch. This is my main account. There we go. I have 2 YouTube accounts. I've got the main channel and the VODs channel. So basically I watch a lot of like background noise stuff while I'm working. So my my recommended feed is a mixture of like walking through the Alps in 4K 3 hours long, and then it's like YouTubers that I've watched forever, like abroad in Japan. I've watched him literally forever, and then it's like, I mean, at the minute there's a bunch of VTuber clips on there, obviously, but at the minute it is a bunch of neuro clips, and then there's like just random things thrown in as well. There's one about cruises here. There's one about the Johnny Somali trial. And then there's just like random like video essays just thrown in. And then Tom Scott. Tom Scott is always at least 3 scrolls on my YouTube feed because he is my Oshi. So my Kami Oshi is Tom Scott. So yeah. You're just a silly little guy. You're about to be a doctor. It's not good enough. It's not good enough. Yeah, I'm just a silly little doctor, exactly. I'm just a silly little doctor. I am. But I would like more things layered on top to be truly nerd cool, and I don't think I have them yet. Maybe one day. Once I've finished the PhD, I might actually have a bit of mental space to develop other skills, so that's quite exciting. I am aware, she says with a resigned tone that I sympathize with so much more than I can put into words right now. Oh, you know. You know. I've been watching Uma Musume and Northern Lion videos for so long that my recommendations are screwed. That's fair enough. Yeah, Mr. Affable. Mr. Affable is the one that's screwed my recommendations. He's just always there. Him and Tom Scott, they just appear. I'll be like, scrolling down my YouTube feed, and then Tom Scott appears like, I'm in a YouTube feed. I scuffed my own joke. Rest in peace, my funniness. I was never funny to begin with. I don't know why I'm even trying. My recommended is half VTubers, half dog videos. That's cute. I like that. That's very cute. You have too many Kami Oshis. I can't help it. There's too many cool people in the world. Tom Scott is basically just a cartoon character with that red shirt. It's true. He's iconic. He's iconic. He's incredible. You're literally within 1% of the planet in your discipline. It's not enough. I can't just be one thing. I can't be defined by one skill. It's not good enough. It's not good enough. Well, personally, I find you rather amusing. Thank you, Tayu. I'm glad someone does, because I certainly don't. Oh, gosh. Hi, Kevin Black. Welcome in. Welcome in. May I suggest a song for you to play in the background? You can certainly suggest it. I just have a kind of random playlist going on at the minute. I'm not going to lie. I need to watch his recent technical difficulties uploads. Yeah, I need to as well. I'm really far behind on it. The last Tom Scott thing that I properly sat down and watched was me and Husmod watched him on Jetlag, the game. It was very, very funny. That was very funny. You're good at psych and yapping and graphic design and many other things. I'm okay. I am good at yapping. I will give you that, Mylan. But I'm not amazing at graphic design. I'm just okay. But I want to be good at things, you know? I want to be good at more things. I can't be defined to just one skill. It's not good enough. It's something I relate to so much, honestly. It bothers me. Like, I love being a psychologist, but I don't just want to be a psychologist. And I think, to be fair, probably being in academia has kind of skewed this for me, because I meet so many people that are like, yeah, I've published in Nature, and I also go on hikes every weekend up mountains, and I've climbed Everest and raised a lot of money for charity, and I also play 3 different instruments and do Spanish dancing. And I'm like, what? How? How do you do all of this? How do you have the time? How do you have the time? But to be fair, yeah, there's a big concentration of very skilled people by design. Yeah, I know that's what it is, but also I'm like, I think it's also partially like I wasn't really encouraged to do things when I was a kid, if I'm being completely honest. My family weren't like, yeah, you should learn how to play an instrument or anything. And then I just didn't develop those skills. I ended up, as you know, spending all of my time playing Call of Duty. So I think that's part of it, to be honest. Yeah. Like, I wanted to learn other languages, and my family were like, why? I wanted to learn an instrument, and my family were like, nah, it's too expensive. So that's just generally how things played out. There were a few things that they supported me doing. My dad supported me making my own website when I was fairly young. And like, he got me like a book about how HTML and CSS worked. So that was good. He encouraged that. He even got me some hosting for my website, which was very cute, very, very kind of him. But by and large, my family weren't like, yeah, you should read. Yeah, you should do this, that, and the other. They were just kind of like, you are a child. You exist. You are a thing. Hello. Hello, small one. You have no thoughts and your head is empty. When Ellie, meanwhile, Ellie got an existential crisis when she got laid off, because what if she is not a roboticist? I mean, to be fair, if it's a big part of your identity, I can see that. Like, if I got laid off, I would probably be the same. I'd be like, but what am I if I'm not a scientist? But that's exactly why I want to build up more. But then Ellie's interesting because she is definitely, if nothing else, she is definitely at least also a musician. So she at least has that, you know? I don't even have that. You've seen the peak of my musical career. It's the Pikmin song and it's, oh, we don't talk about the Pikmin song. There's my work one, which is just plants and companies. And then there's my Bobo one, which is all VTubers. And then there's a secret one, which is like food, book, bio stuff, and random things. That's fun. I love that. I love that. I've got one account that's like just entirely just Japanese camping channels because that's what I watch when I'm stressed. From my POV, you're good. If you open commissions, I'm the first in line. Thank you, Mylin. I would do it for free for you though. Let's be honest. I would do mid graphic design for you for free. And also Master Can, I don't know if I said thank you for the follow, but thank you for the follow. Sorry, I've having a brain fart. I don't remember if I said thank you yet. Thank you. Welcome in. Welcome into the research participation pool. And hi, Omantis. Hi. How are you? I hope you're good. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in. I'd say you're good at GeoGuessr. However, I have no clue. I am not good at GeoGuessr. I'm not good at GeoGuessr. Like legitimately bad. Like I don't know any of the meta or anything. I just entirely work it out by like thinking. That's it. That's literally it. I just work it out by like deduction. Problem solving. I diagnose you with silly self-image. No, I don't have silly self-image. I don't have silly self-image. I have normal self-image, I swear. I just want to be a more well-rounded person. Wow. I'm waiting on the card deck so I can play Jetlag the home game with my friends there. That sounds so fun. I would play that. I didn't even realize that was a thing. That sounds so cool. I publish in Nature. Cool, here's my VTuber business card. And both people walk away thinking how they're not cool enough. I'm actually not gonna lie. When I have given out my like stickers and stuff at conferences, I've never actually had a bad reaction. It's always been a very, very good reaction. Like, as in I've always been pleasantly surprised. People are like, whoa, okay, it always starts out with like, you know, what else do you do aside from your research? You know, do you do any like, are you on any committees or do you do any outreach or anything like that? And I'm like, oh yeah, I actually do a bit of like, I guess I do a little bit of outreach on Twitch, like a live stream, I guess. And then they're like, that's cool, tell me more. And then I'm like, I'm a character. Here is my character. And then I'm like, do you want a sticker? And they're like, yeah, that's so cool. And I find it interesting that they find that cool. But I think it's just novelty sometimes, you know? Like a lot of academics, I think they just find it novelty. Rather than me specifically being cool. She's about to say, I went through 500 pages, built 220 websites and funded my bachelor's with it, and then say, yeah, but nothing cool. Okay, I did not. And I was going to say I never made money from my website stuff, but that's actually not true. I think I got commissioned twice. So I did make a little bit of money, but actually what I had, here you go, here's another piece of lore. The lore never ends, I'm so sorry. I used to own a Pokemon website. I used to own a Pokemon website. I used to own a Pokemon fandom website. And I had like, it had a decent number of page views. Like given how many people were active back then. Yeah, I beg your pardon. Yeah, I had a Pokemon fan website where I would it was basically like I would basically write satirical articles. I would write satirical articles about Pokemon. So I would basically like I would take the Pokemon lore and then I would just I would just destroy it. I would do terrible things with it. There was this one time where I made like an entire taxonomy of how the different like legendary Pokemon needed to have like linked together, and then worked out like an entire theological system that would have to follow from that, and then compared that to the evidence that was in the games, like for example their Pokedex entries and stuff like that. And then like for example in Generation 4 there was like a library that you could go into. I think it was called I want to say it was the Canalave library, but I don't actually remember, but I think it was something like that. And then you would like go in there and it would tell you like lore, basically. It would tell you like myths from the Sinnoh region. And I like pieced all of that together and then developed like an entire like theological structure for Pokemon that was valid up to Gen 4. So, and then it got plagiarized. It got plagiarized. Someone else stole it and like published it as an actual article, and then it started getting reposted onto Tumblr, and then I had to email them and be like, hello, do you mind please, this is my article and I am 13. And then they were like, oh sorry, we're not allowed to use that then. And then they took it down, but then it was still being reposted on Tumblr. So yeah, please tell me this still exists somewhere. It probably doesn't. I'm pretty sure. I know for a fact that the website doesn't exist anymore. I even got it wiped off like Wayback Machine and stuff because it was it had bad internet safety when I was a child. Yeah, that was a thing. There was no reason for me to get that invested in the theology of Pokemon, but apparently that's where I was at as a child. Oh gosh. And then I went and did a PhD eventually. So at least I did something with my research skills eventually. Ma'am, you're on a trajectory towards becoming a mid to high level VTuber after like 2 years. You're already excelling into incredible venues. And don't tell me it's all because of a random raid. You've been putting in so much work and know-how with your online presence. Thank you, Tayu. I don't know. It's a bit weird, to be honest. Like, I mean, it definitely, some of it has been because of the raid. Let's be honest. Some of it has been because of the raid. But I know it's not all because of the raid. I do try and use a bit of psychology when I'm like trying to do my marketing and stuff. And like, I've done research into like the best methods to grow and stuff like that. And I'm trying to stick with content that I think I can do at least okay. I kind of like, there were a lot of things that I tried out in the beginning or that I did for a while, and then I worked out like it wasn't really entertaining or engaging or interesting or informative. And like, I always want what I'm doing to be at least one of those 4 things, if not ideally multiple. So thank you, Tayu. Thank you. I don't know if I'm on the trajectory to being a mid to high level VTuber though. I'm not sure about that. I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy. We absolutely do talk about the Pikmin song. That was great. It was terrible. It was so bad. Like, no, it was so bad. The Pikmin song was so bad, honestly. Oh, the Pikmin song. I did that because I thought it was funny, and I stand by it. I do actually think it was funny, but also like you don't know how many takes I had to do to be able to even get it slightly in key. It was so difficult to do. I can't sing. So yeah. That was a thing. Girlie's autism maxing and then saying she's not cool. Literally being nerd. Yes, I'm gonna own up to it. Yes, absolutely. The Pokemon theology thing was literally like the definition of autism maxing. If we could have prototypical autism maxing, it would be me as like a 13-year-old sitting there and like going through all of the Pokedex entries and all of the like Sinnoh Canalave library lore, and then matching up all of the Pokemon all of the legendary Pokemon based on which Pokemon created which and how they link together, and then writing a whole article about it and then developing a theological structure based on all of it. Yes, that is definitely autism maxing. Oh gosh. I'm definitely here because of the raid, but it isn't why I stayed. You've got really interesting streams and A+ yapping skills. Thank you. I try. I don't try with the yapping. That's just the autism, but I try to make things interesting. I'm going to tell you the same thing that I told the bird moth. You guys are part of why I'm going back into academia, and I'm actually excited about it. Cleeper! That's so cute. I love that. I love that. You're going to do amazing. And we're all proud of you as well. We're all proud of you. It was medium good. I know as a fellow Brit that you're incapable of not self-deprecating, but it was not bad at all. It was not good. It was not. It was not medium good. It was like... It was just about in key. Oh gosh. Keep going on about the Pokemon thing. I'm interested. I can't remember the specifics of it, but basically what I did was I looked at like all of the legendary Pokemon. I sat down and I was like, it irritates me that there's so many individual legends, okay? I understand that this is part of Japanese culture. Like, I kind of understood that. Obviously, I was 13, so I didn't know, like, very much about, like, Japanese spirituality and how, like, everything is meant to have its own individual spirit and stuff like that. And it's all interconnected, but also kind of still separate. Like, I didn't know that entirely yet. I was kind of vaguely aware of it. But then I sat down and I was like, how would this work if it was like basically like an Abrahamic religious framework? But it can't be an Abrahamic religious framework because there's so many god Pokemon and none of them are one true god. Like at that point, the thing that spurred it on was that like Arceus had come out, or Arceus, I don't know how it's pronounced. That one had like been released in Generation 4. And I was like, okay, this is the closest thing that we've had to like an Abrahamic god, but this clearly isn't, because like, it says that, I can't remember the specifics of Arceus's lore, but it's like it created an egg. It's basically like a metaphor for the Big Bang or something. It created an egg and then that became the world. And then from that, like Dialga, Palkia and Giratina were spawned. And then they created time, space, and whatever was the third one, dimensionality or something. But then I was like, okay, but how does this fit with like all of the previous stories? So then I fit them all together, but I can't remember how I did it. Because the thing that specifically annoyed me the most was like, Mew was meant to be the progenitor. Time, space, and dark matter, that was the one. Thank you, Teo. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, like, Mew was meant to be the progenitor of all Pokemon. So like, does Mew come before Arceus or does Arceus come before Mew? That was the question that I needed to answer. So I dug through all of the lore and I came to the conclusion that there isn't an answer, but it seems most likely that actually Mew was created at the same time as Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina. And that was the thing that then spawned all living creatures. That was basically how I worked it out. But obviously this was 13-year-old logic, and I haven't thought about this in like over 15 years. So yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the world egg, yeah. Big egg as opposed to small egg, yeah. Arceus came from an egg, and then it created Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, who made the universe. Giratina's never been given a specific thing it created. It's often theorized as antimatter, as it is described as violent by nature. I see. Yeah, but then I was like, so Arceus came from the egg, so did that egg, was that Mew's egg? But then how did Mew exist before Arceus exists? So yeah, so that was the two possibilities I was considering, is that Arceus came from Mew's egg, or that Arceus spawned Mew alongside Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina. And there wasn't really any evidence either way, but given that Mew is described as like eternal and the progenitor Pokemon, I feel like it's possibly Mew, but I don't know. The main issue is that time and space shouldn't be separate. I mean, that's a whole thing for another day, isn't it, really? Like, I would do this very differently if I did this now. I came to the conclusion that there isn't an answer born to be a scientist. Oh, it's true. I was always meant to be there. They couldn't get rid of me. I remember the Mew thing bothering me too. Okay, I'm glad it wasn't just me. I'm glad it wasn't just me. My 30-year-old science Oshi. I'm still bothered. There was one comment on Staz's clip that was like, she sounds old. And then someone replied, she's got a PhD, she must be pushing 30. I'm still thinking about that. Those comments are living rent-free in my head. I'm thinking about them a lot. Oh no. Terrible stuff. Terrible stuff. Also, sorry, I forgot to say, I was yapping too hard. Abdullah and Ben 10 Duke, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follows. Welcome into the research participation pool. I just ignore Mew in my view of the Pokemon mythos. No, you can't ignore Mew. You can't. You can't. It's too important. You can't ignore it. Gonna go on a mental health walk and give you my power. Have a good walk. Have a good walk. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Have a good walk. And thank you for the follow, Mossy Pasta. Welcome in. Welcome in. I think maybe Mew works better if you draw the line between the animal Pokemon and the god Pokemon and saying Mew only covers the animals. I mean, that's also a possibility, but then it doesn't specify animal Pokemon. It says Pokemon. So it's like, what? What? There's too many degrees of freedom here. I don't like it. I don't like it. Too much missing evidence. As someone who got his PhD at 39, oh boy, I know. It's interesting how people define old on the internet. It's very, very interesting. I don't think I sound old. I don't think I sound old. I think I sound my age. My current working theory that I just came up with is that the Arceus we see is just a Pokemonic avatar for the unknowable non-Pokemon entity that actually did all the creating. See, that's an interesting hypothesis. That's very, very interesting. I like that. Someone who got his PhD in the future? Oh, double boy. Oh dear. I am suffering. I am suffering. Bearing in mind that the Pokedex and the legends it draws from are both written by humans. Yeah, exactly, right? So there's some degree of interpretation from the humans. It's not like an actual exact, we can assume it's not an exact, like, you know, information. What? No. We can assume it's not precise, and in some cases potentially not valid because there's added layers of human interpretation on top of it. There we go. That's what I was trying to say. Yes. I squeezed my PhD in 2 weeks before I hit 30. So I feel you. Yeah. Yeah. I think I will also be graduating just before that big number. So I suffer. I suffer. We all suffer together though. Me, young'un, who defines old is 60 plus. That one guy I met, old is 16 plus. Right. I feel like old is like not even quantifiable. I don't think it's a number. I don't even think it's a number. I think it's a mindset. Especially in the VTuber sphere, people are called old so early, probably a holdover from idol culture. Yeah, I think so. I think so. It's like that thing where it's like, oh, I saw a thing actually from idol Twitter that was like, would you have a photo card from an idol that's 35? And I was like, Yes? That's not old? Like, huh? My favorite alternate theory setup is that the Pokemon world is actually a Star Trek colony world. All the Pokemon are holographic. The planet has no native fauna. And the Pokemon were a holodeck game for kids that got out of hand. That's so funny. I love that. That's a really funny That's a really funny theory. Psydere graduating positive. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Oh gosh. We're gonna get the I graduated Reddit post, right? Yes. You are. You are. I define old by whatever's funniest in the moment. That's so valid. That's extremely valid. Oh dear. All that PhD stuff, I'm happy I hit my master's. I got my master's right before hitting 30s. I mean, I think that people should just go at whatever speed works best for them. I don't know why people put pressure on themselves to like hit certain milestones and stuff, or like to say like, oh, I need to have this degree before this age. Just do it when it makes sense for you. Just, you know, take your time. Take your time. I define old as my age plus 5. That's rude. Oh, that's rude. I'm catching up. Yeah, I've caught up with chat now. Imagine. Imagine me being on top of chat right in time for an ad to start. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Okay, so I've run out of water. So I'm going to go grab some water. And then I'm going to do that while the ad's running. Because let's be honest, that way none of us are missing anything. And then... shall we actually play like at least one round of GeoGuessr? Because otherwise I feel like putting GeoGuessr on the schedule was silly and ridiculous. Thank you for the hydrate, Torgamus. I will go and hydrate. Let's play at least one round of GeoGuessr. No? Yes. I demand it. I demand it. Okay, right. Let's go. I will be back in a few minutes. See you then. Hello. I have returned. I'm back. Okay. Okay. Here's the plan. We are going to do GeoGuessr. I'm going to try and find this Greg's one. We need to work out how to find it, though. I'm guessing it is community maps. I'm guessing it's a community map, and then we will find it. Greg's. Where's that Greg's? I found it. Okay, excellent. That was easy. Right, what do I need to do? I need to go like this. I need to go like this. Haha. Haha. Is this positioned okay? I guess I'm not positioned okay. I need to be a bit smaller. There we go. Here we are. Yeah, that's better. Now I'm a normal size. Hi. Oh gosh. Wait, what's happening? There we go. Okay. Cool. I've been here for 2 hours chatting and I've forgotten I need some food. Please go get 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 some food. Okay, right. We need to change the category. GeoGuessr. I can't spell. There we go. Okay. We're going to do some geoguessing. Is it true that British people have a sense of Greg's-based geolocation? That's how they migrate in the winter, right? Well, I guess we're going to find out. We'll see how it goes. Right, so I'm assuming it's this one. Where's that Greg's? I'm assuming it's this one. We'll do our best. Okay. I'm going to say moving and 3 minutes. I think that's fair enough. I think that's fair enough. Okay. Shall we do it? I've also been cooking off dinner for like 3 hours now. No, you should eat. You should eat something. What the heck? You know, I regularly watch streams while I'm cooking. You can like listen to a stream and cook at the same time. It's possible. Okay. Right. So yeah, exactly. You need to eat. You need to look after yourself. Very, very important to do so. So, right. Let's do some geoguessing. Let's guess where the Greg's is. Let's do it. Right, let's go. Using the psych powers to siren call people so they starve to death? No. Okay, right. There's a co-op. Is that a co-op or is it a coop? Oh, no, it's a coop micro bar. Okay. Hedge End kebab and pizza. Cooperative. Southampton. Manor Farm County Park. Burleston. Okay. This is near Southampton. Easy. Okay. I wonder if we can find anything more specific than that. Most importantly, let's have a look at the Greg's. They're looking a little bit sparse in there, lads. They have a decent selection on the shelf, but you know, the pastries is looking a bit sparse. Okay, so we're somewhere near Southampton. Where is Southampton? Southampton's there. Hedge End. Okay. Hedge End. There was something that said Hedge End somewhere, right? Or am I forgetting things? Have I made that up? I swear there was something that said Hedge End somewhere. Oh yeah, it was over here. Hedge End kebab and pizza. Okay, so where is the kebab and pizza? And the Greg's? Here. It'll be here somewhere, maybe? No. No? No. Okay. Where is the main high street in Hedge End? That is the high street. So is it somewhere else? Let's have a look. Chinatown. Oh wait, it's there. There's the Greg's. There you go. There we go. Look at that. We got it. We found the Greg's. We found the Greg's. Easy. I should also eat, but I'm sick, so I can only eat sourdough toast for something with flavour. Oh, Hunter, I hope you get well soon. I hope you recover quickly. For although I really appreciate the conversation about imposter syndrome and such, I've been having problems with self-esteem and just feeling really stuck in life, and I needed it. Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty common. I'm glad that it helped, but I do think it's pretty common. Like, a lot of people, even if you look at them and you're like, oh yeah, you're successful, a lot of the time, like, they will be thinking, I wish I was doing better. I wish I was doing better at stuff. And I'm definitely guilty of it. And, you know, like people, yeah. I mean, it's like Tayu said, like, you know, on my way to being a mid to large streamer, and I'm like, no, because I'm just a little baby boy. I'm just a silly little sausage, you know. But like, I'm not silly at the same time. I'm not silly. I can see. I have numerical literacy, you know. But I'm also like, eh. But am I though? Am I though? Like, most of my friends are at the same size as me pre-raid, and like I don't even know if like anything from the raid would just stay. Like, I don't know if people will stay or if I've like scared them off already. Don't know if I'm interesting to them. Maybe we'll just sink back down to where we were before. That's completely fine. I'm fine with that, you know. But also like scary. Can we get a sausage roll? Yes, a vegan one, of course. Of course. I joked about it, but Mob Psycho 100 is extremely relevant to this situation. It actually is. Yeah, look, silly little Greg sausage roll. That's me. That's me. I'm the silly little Greg sausage roll, the vegan one. That's me. But yeah, I haven't finished Mob Psycho 100 Season 3. I need to finish that. I need to finish that. Thank you for the hydrate, Orashiri. Thank you, thank you. I will do that. I need to watch Mob Psycho 100. You do. It's really good. It's really, really good. Oh. Tracking went a bit weird there, didn't it? It's really, really good. It's a really good exploration of like learning to cope with emotions and stuff. And just like learning who you are and developing your identity. Why do I keep failing to actually watch season 3? I'm the same. I got like 2 episodes in and then life happened and I had to go do things and stuff. And then I didn't watch it. For a second you looked neurotypical. I was scared. Impossible. Literally impossible. Cannot happen. Wait, I realized I can do that. I'm going to be able to make so many faces with the new model. I hope you're ready. I'm very excited. Okay. Next. Right. Let's go. Greg's. Okay. Hello. Welcome in. Yuki, hi. Welcome in. Wait, how do I pause this? How do I pause this? I can't pause it. We have to keep going. I'm sorry. Hi, Raiders. I'll say hello to all of you at the end of the round. I'm sorry. Yuki, thank you so much for the raid. Everybody, if you like dev streams, go and follow Yuki. She is so cute. She is so sweet. She's got a long uke. What more could you want? Her dev streams are so chill and I really enjoy them. They're so nice. Okay, where are we? I'm sorry, everyone. We're in the middle of a GeoGuessr round. I need to finish. I don't know how to pause it. I'm a boomer. So this is looking... I don't know how this is looking. I don't know where this is. We're trying to find all of the Gregs. Wait. Yeadon? Leeds. We're in Leeds. Okay. We're in Leeds. That's not helpful. Oh no, there's like 50 Gregs in Leeds. We're in Yeadon in Leeds. Where are we? Hyde Park, Stourton, Redhall. Where is this meant to be? I don't know. I'm just gonna say it's maybe. I don't know Leeds. I've never really been to Leeds. Let's say it's gonna be on a high street at least. If we zoom in somewhere, we'll find a Greg's. There's always a Greg's by a train station. There isn't one. Leeds, you're letting me down right now. Here? Is there a Greg's here? No. Can't see one. Okay. Okay. I am Gregsless. I don't like this. Okay, we're just gonna go for the city centre. Because that's the safe bet. Let's see if we can work out some more about where it is. Is there any train stations around? Yeadon. It's very old. The buildings are quite old style. There's a library. Okay, Yeadon Library. Yeadon Mobiles. Okay. Okay. It looks like it might be nice. Like it might be a bit of a nice area. Could it be near the university? Where's the university? University of Leeds. Let's see. Or could it be like a little bit further out like that? Can't see Yeadon anywhere. What kind of a name is that? I'm distressed. Cross gates. Where is the university? I don't know Leeds at all. This is so stressful. Goodness gracious. I think we're just going to have to give up. I literally know people that live here. There's the university. Okay, so okay. It was too late. Oh, it was by the airport. That's not Leeds. Come on. Okay. That's really far out. I always forget that Leeds is like such a big place now. But hello, welcome raiders. Sorry, Yuki, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. Welcome in everybody. Who's here? Who's joined with you? New Joker 6. Penvu, hi Penvu. Yuki, of course, hello. For Wiru, hello. Exia, Quanta. Colm Seal, hello. Bob, Bob Doblina. Welcome in. Barking with Birch, hi. Barking with Birch, hello. Is that everybody? I think that's everybody. Hello, everyone. How are you all doing? Welcome in. Yuki, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. And I didn't even introduce myself. I'm so sorry. Hi, I'm Psydere. I'm a research psychologist. We talk about psychology. We talk about research psychology on here. Sometimes we do science communication. As you can see, I'm failing at GeoGuessr. We often yap about a large number of things. We've spent most of today yapping about AI. Apparently that's the thing that we're interested in today. But yeah, just accidentally muted. No, it's fine. It's so fine. I have just introduced myself. That's all you missed. You didn't miss much. But thank you so much for the raid, Yuki. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. If you need to, go step away from the PC, get some food, get some water, stretch your legs, etc., please absolutely do it. Self-care is important. Yeah. hello raiders again. Hi Renji, hi. Welcome in raiders. Woo. There's 2 raids back to back and now I'm gonna be confused. Hi Renji, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Hello the Lobbys. Hello, hi Renji, of course. Hello, Illices and Mastermind Gap. Hello. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. You do need to. No worries, Yuki. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. And yeah, hi Renji. How are you? What are you up to? What have you been up to today? Hello, raiders. I literally just introduced myself. I'm sorry. Hello again. Let me do it properly this time. I'm Psydere. I'm a research psychologist. So that means that I research why people think what they do and why they interact in the way that they do and stuff like that. We talk about science stuff on here sometimes. So sometimes we read journal articles, sometimes we yap about stuff like why people interact with AI or how they choose their research subjects if they're a scientist and stuff like that. It's cool, it's fun, I swear. But today we're playing GeoGuessr. We've been yapping and now we play GeoGuessr. And I'm not, as you can see, I'm struggling. We got put in the middle of Leeds. We're trying to find all of the Gregs and we got put in the middle of Leeds. And I don't know anything about Leeds. So yeah, it's UK. Guess the Gregs. And hi Grendel, hi. How are you? Welcome in. Good, I was playing a drifting game. Nice. How was it? And of course, if you need a break, if you need to, get away from the PC, stretch your legs, get some food, water, etc., please do it. Self-care is very important. Please do it. But yeah, if you want to tell me about the drifting game, let me know. I want to know more. I had a thought. What are the ethical problems with scraping data without an API? Are there any research-wise, I mean, that's a pretty broad question. I don't know off the top of my head much about APIs. Like, all I know is that it's some kind of interface between different data systems. That's like the entirety of my knowledge. I guess it depends on the type of data, I guess. I'm not sure. Yeah, we're finding all the Gregs. It's very important to find all of the Gregs. Oh dear. Ironically enough, you had no leads on its location. It's true. I was kicked out of Greg's. What did you do? How did you get kicked out of Greg's? But basically scraping data by bypassing official paths, that would definitely be unethical. That would definitely be unethical because ideally, like, if you're scraping data, you need people's consent or it needs to be public domain. If you're, like, for example, using the Facebook API without the consent of the people whose data you're using, then yeah, that's unethical. Or rather, Greg's finding us. It's a good question. It's a good question. APIs always remind me of bees because of the Latin word for bee. I don't know what the Latin word for bee is. Tell me. Tell me. Also, I'm sorry, Swaglord316. Thank you so much for the 10 bits. I'm sorry, I didn't notice it because I was like thrown off by the combination of raid and GeoGuessr around. Thank you so much for the 10 bits. I really appreciate it. And Comsil and Hornago. Hornago? I hope I've said that right. I'm sorry if I didn't. Thank you both so much for the follows. Welcome in. Welcome in. Ah, apiary. Okay, that makes sense. I understand now. I understand now. If you're scraping data without an API, it can only really be what humans can see anyway. That is true. That is true. Like, I know it's pretty easy to write Python code that just scrapes public data, for example. Yeah. Like, having the API kind of implies that what you're accessing is allowed to be accessed. What if it's public data like a Reddit post, but the site owner wants you to access it in the correct way and you just go onto the page and yoink? I mean, it depends, right? I don't know, that's not a psychology question. I think that's like a computer ethics question, and I'm not like super well versed. Like, I know a bit about data ethics, but it's not really my cup of tea entirely. If people are interested in it, I might be able to find somebody who like does it professionally and would be able to come on and talk to us about it. If people were interested, though. Kat, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. What's less ethical, scraping copious amount of data or scraping people's feet with a fork at the beach when they're asleep? I mean, neither has consent, so arguably they're equally unethical. You have to weigh off the harm and whether you're getting consent. So what you're saying is that we're not in a department that should be concerned with that. Gotcha. No comment. No comment. Probably going to be relevant if we want to do citizen science. This is very true. This is very true. Okay, right. Depends on the person, true. Right, Greg's. We Greg's. We Greg's. Okay. Where is this? Where is this place? Okay, well, there's the Greg's. There's the Greg's. Is there any indication on here of where we might be? No, nothing off. Nothing immediately. Why do I don't know if it's just because it's generic British high street, but something about this place feels eerily familiar. And I don't know why, and that's making me nervous. Gino Soft Whip. Very good, okay. Poundland, Card Market, H. Samuel, Card Market. Is this old? This must be old. There's a Primark. Bon Marché, New Look. Okay. We need to find a bin. Ah, bin. Bin? Doesn't have anything on it. Not helpful. There's roadworks in the middle of the road. Okay. Wait. The vegan advert! Vegan advert spotted. Okay. Freshly ground coffee sold here. Okay. There's a BHS still there. That's interesting. This place feels like it's a nice place, but also like the shops that it's got are places that they're shops that somewhere that's a bit run down has. Do you know what I mean? Not to be like they're poverty shops, but oh dear. Okay, there's like a wait, what's this? Harper Centre. What? Oh, Bedford. We're in Bedford. Where's Bedford? Bedford. Bedford is in north somewhere. It's up here somewhere, right? It's in Bedfordshire, but I don't know where that is. It's on. I've been on a train. I've been on a train that's gone to Bedford, and it went through St Albans. No, it's around here somewhere. I think it went through Welwyn Garden City, Stevenage, Hertford, Chesterton. No, Bedford. I swear Bedford's a big place. Where is it? Where is it? A bit further up, thank you. Cambridge, Bedford, there you are. Okay, right, Greg's. Okay. Right, let's put it down there. We've got 11 seconds. Oh dear. What were we near? The Greg's is near. It's near. It's near. Nationwide. It's in here somewhere. Oh, okay. Well, that would do. That would do. We did okay. We did okay. We did fine. We did fine. Hi, Maple. Hi. How are you? How are you? Welcome in. How are you doing? Wait. There we go. Wait. There we go. Shout out for Maple. Please go and follow Maple. She's so lovely. So lovely. I see we're still talking about the foot scraping. Okay. I hope you're well. I'm good, thank you. How are you? I hope you're good too. It does seem like the platonic ideal of a British high street, right? It felt like every British high street I've ever been in. That was like the prototypical British high street. I've never been to Bedford. I don't know why I had such severe deja vu looking at that. I got kicked out of a Greg's Lads as a reference to a silly interaction between two British users on 4chan that became a meme. I see. Member of the intelligentsia is poverty shaming the working class. Oh dear. I would never. Do you prefer southern or northern England? In which would you rather live if you didn't take costs into account? I would actually rather live in the north. I prefer the north quite significantly. I lived in both, and I was much happier when I lived in the north. Yeah. If you ever build a bed fort, it's going to have at least 2 Gregses. Good. I agree. That should be the case. There were multiple times where you had Bedford on screen and then it zoomed in until it left the screen. Oh, I didn't see it. I always forget that Bedford is so high up because there's a train. I want to say that the train goes up through, I feel like it goes through St Albans maybe, or no. I'm pretty sure I've got a train that went through like Hatfield, Welwyn Garden City, Stevenage, Letchworth Garden City, and then ended up in Bedford. I'm like pretty sure that I got that train once. No, the train doesn't veer off that way. What train did I think I got then? I swear I've been on a train that ended in Bedford one day. Back in the blue hair days when I used to go to a music festival in this general area. That was the only time I ever went to that bit of the country. It's the schema of a high street, exactly. Genuinely. But the way for people from the UK talk about Greg's, I expect to see them on opposing street corners. I mean, to be fair, there are some places where you do kind of see that. Like, if you're down south, if you're like in London, then it's like there's this like coffee shop called Pret, and that is on every street corner. And then as you move up north through England, there are more Greg's. So by the time that you're in like Newcastle, which is in northeast England, every corner is a Greg's. That's how it works. That's how it works. As a foreigner, I considered the Tesco youths as part of the touristic experience. They are pretty fun. They're a pretty fun part of the experience, actually. Yeah, exactly. The Pret Greg's gradient, exactly. Excuse me, it's Pret a Manger. I thought they changed it. I thought they changed their name to Pret. I might be wrong. I have a genuine question. Do you guys always eat steak? Do you always eat baked beans? That's a valid question. For me, yes, I do eat them. Not all the time anymore, but when I was in uni, because they're like a cheap staple food, I used to eat them quite a lot. I don't as much anymore because now I've kind of progressed. My taste buds have evolved, and now I get like these alternative baked beans. They're like big beans in a tomato sauce, but like it's flavored with like dill and stuff, and it's part of the it's part of the Lidl like Greek week, because I don't know if other countries have Lidl. I know that the UK has Lidl, and I know that Germany has Lidl. I don't know if other places have Lidl, but like Lidl is like a supermarket. It's like a cheap supermarket, and they do like themes. So you have 1 week. Okay, other places have Lidl too, cool. But they do like weeks, right? So 1 week they'll do like Greek food, and it will just be loads of Greek food products. And then they'll do like a Polish week, and they'll have loads of Polish products. And then they'll do Spanish week, and they'll do loads of Spanish products. And they just keep cycling through all of the places. It's very cool. But yeah, there's these beans that they very specifically sell during Greek week that I get instead of baked beans now because I prefer them. There's a spot where the Greg's density reaches a critical mass and then it collapses into granularity. Incredible. I was in a relationship with a girl from Manchester, and I'm fairly certain she never went to the same Greg's twice. There are a lot of Greg's in Manchester. I've been to Manchester quite a lot, and I can confirm there are a large quantity of Greg's in Manchester. I'm probably going to eat baked beans when the stream ends, or a burger, depending on what I'm feeling. They are a staple. They're good. Hi, the Rogue of Light. Hi, welcome in. Just woke up. How's your day? My day's been pretty good. I'm kind of tired, but my day's been pretty good. How is your day starting? I think I saw one in Switzerland. I don't know if I saw a Lidl in Switzerland. They had their own supermarkets largely from what I saw, but I only saw a bit of Switzerland. Maybe it was just the bit that I was in. I love the weekly themed things. They're so good, aren't they? They're so good. Lidl is like Sainsbury's, but you feel like you're not allowed to go into the baked goods section if you visit. Why? I love Lidl's bakery. The Lidl bakery is like the best part of Lidl. I love the Lidl drip. I went to an anime convention last month and there was a Lidl cosplay couple. That's so cute. I love that. I love that. Switzerland has Aldi and Lidl. Oh, I see. I didn't see either. I only saw the which one did I see? When I was there, I saw like it was orange. That's all was it orange or was it yellow? I can't remember. Migros and Co-op. Those are the ones that I saw. Yes. I saw those. And I really liked the bakery. I really liked those. I really liked those. They had really good vegan options actually. Oh, the Sainsbury's baked goods section. I mean, I go to the Sainsbury's bakery too. Am I missing something? Am I missing something? Thinking of making myself a mushroom omelette. Let's go. That sounds pretty good. Apparently Lidl's in nearly all of Europe. Interesting. I didn't realize. What's your favorite European supermarket? I have a favorite. I have a very strong favorite. An S-tier favorite, one could say. Lidl and Aldi are a pair of German supermarkets which entered the British market and turned the British supermarket on its head. Yeah, they did. They did it for the better. It was very good. My boss asked me to share screen. I had to hide the Oshi to avoid being fired. Yeah, please don't be fired. Please don't do that. That's not ideal. That's not ideal. Oh dear. Also, hi, oh gosh, Overknacht. I hope I've said that right. I'm sorry. Kaufland und Edeka? I don't know what either of those are. Are those your favorite ones? Lidl followed by Aldi. Valid. My favorite is a Polish one called Biedronka. Its picture is really cute. It's like a little ladybug. It's really cute. The logo, so cute. 10 out of 10. But it is basically just Lidl, but Polish. But I swear the food in there is like, it's even better than Lidl or Aldi. I think, well, okay, yeah. No, I think it is actually. I think it is. And I will stand by this. I love it. They're both German supermarkets. I see. I've never been to, maybe I have been to Kaufland now that I say that. I know I've been to that like one that's like there's loads of small ones. Is it Reva? Is that how you say it? I've been to that one because every time that I travel to Germany, I end up going in there and getting one of their onigiri. That's like my default Germany food. What was the French one? Carrefour. That one? Yes, Carrefour's pretty good. I do like it. I do like myself a Carrefour. They are pretty good. Okay, next round. Okay. There's a Greg's and there's also a bargain bakery. Tasty £1 daily deals, pies, pasties, cakes. I mean, pasties? Pies? This is either northern or in the southwest, surely. Town centre, Mercer's Row. Where is this? Where is this? Okay, there's some sort of memorial. These are very cute houses. This is my favourite style of house in the UK. Wow, they've actually got red phone boxes still as well. So does that mean that this is a touristy place? They've got art galleries, National Leathercraft Museum. Interesting. Okay, let's go see if we can work out where we are based on the museums and theatres, because I've got nothing. Where is this? It's cute. Where are we? Tattoos. I don't know where we are. I've got nothing. Let's see. Can we see anything like related to the council area? That would be good. What? Derngate Place. Okay. Northampton. We're in Northampton. Isn't that northeast? No. Isn't... Wait. What? Northampton? I don't know where that is. I don't know where that is. I don't know. I don't know where that is. Northampton sounds like it should be in the north, but knowing my luck, it probably isn't. Okay. If anyone sees it, give a shout. No. Gosh darn gate, exactly. Well, there's Wolverhampton. I don't think it's there. Let's have a look. Crewe. No. Where is Northampton? Is this even a real place? It's not like down here, is it? And I'm just being silly. No. Well, there's Southampton. So where's Northampton? Hello? It's left of Cambridge? Okay. This is the part. Ah, yes, there it is. I see. This is the part. This, to me, this whole part of the country, the Midlands, black hole. Not real. Okay, I didn't see where we were. We took too long. I guess we're probably around. Okay. Oh, okay, fair enough. Okay, well, I didn't know where we were, but oh, there's a Nando's there as well. Nice, a Greg's and a Nando's right near each other. I appreciate that. That's very good. The Midlands aren't real. I agree. Did I do the hydrate bit, Cat? I don't know if I did. Thank you for the hydrate. You probably did that ages ago and I just didn't process it. I'm so sorry. Okay, last round. Last Greg's round. Greg's. Okay. The Chinese buffet. Have I been here before? Winter Gardens. Winter Gardens sounds familiar. Oh, Blackpool Tower. Oh. Gee, I wonder where we are. Okay, so there's the Blackpool Tower, but the answer is now, where is the Greg's? Or the question even is, where is the... Oh, is it this Greg's? Let's see. It was, in fact, a different Greg's. Okay, it was a different Greg's. Okay, this Does this meet the criteria for having a Greggs on every corner? I would like to know if this meets the criteria for having a Greggs on every corner. Yeah, we're obviously in China. Yeah. The Chinese buffet? The only one? Yeah, it's the only one. It's the only one in the whole country. Apparently it's not there anymore. This is so sad. This is so sad. Yeah, we're obviously in China. I agree. All roads lead to Greggs. I agree. All roads do indeed lead to Greggs. It's close, but I think it could use maybe one more Greggs for optimal sausage roll density. You know what? I agree. But then I wouldn't rule out the possibility that there could still be a Greggs down here. Wait. Oh, there wasn't. There was a M&S food hall instead. Ah, but there is a Nando's. So, you know, it was this Greggs. This was the Greggs we were at. So where is the Chinese bakery? Oh, sorry, the Chinese bakery. Okay. Where is the Chinese restaurant? I don't see it anymore. I think it's gone. Ah, it must be this now. The World Kitchen. I wouldn't even be surprised if there's another Greggs up here somewhere or something. There's always one at a train station. Where's the train station? Do they have a train station? They've got trams. I don't know. Oh, there it is. I'd be surprised if there's not one at the train station. There isn't. I've been disappointed. I'm so let down right now. Oh gosh. Gotta head out. Thank you for joining us, Vetakwas. Thank you, thank you. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Have you seen that set of photos from Blackpool? No? Question mark? Which ones? There's one at the new tram station. Oh, I see, which is next to the train station. Is that going to be on the map though? The new tram station. I don't see it. There are multiple train stations, I see. Okay. There's Blackpool North, and then there is Blackpool South. Fascinating. I've never... No, I have been to Blackpool when I was very, very young. I've been to Blackpool. I haven't been in a very long time, though. There's 8 Greggs. That's a good amount of Greggs. Google Dougie Wallace Blackpool. Okay. I would do that off stream. I would do that off stream. Oh dear. Oh gosh. It's not counted as a separate building. Oh, okay. So this is just the trams. Okay. We must I think they need more Greggs. I think there's not enough. We can safely say Blackpool has been Greggsed. Yes, I agree. Can't redeem Guide the Raid. Sorry, Tayu. I think I was so flustered. I think that you redeemed it and then I didn't see it until after the stream. Let me actually I can't even see it on the thing. Heck. Every building is a Greggs. It's true. That's what the ideal British city looks like, actually. Okay, let's do some more. Keep hunting for Greggs. This is very important. This is a pretty good score, I think. We did okay. But we need to do better. I need to make faster decisions about which Greggs we're at. We need to make faster decisions. Let's go. Okay, right. Okay, where are we? Oh, this is a depressing high street. Oh dear. Okay. Well, this is a Greggs. The Greggs sign's looking a bit sad. Let's go find out where we are. Because I don't know where this is off the top of my head. I have not been to this place. East Street specialty shopping. Okay. Oh, wait, hang on. What's that? Happy while you smile. Hampshire dentist. We're somewhere in Hampshire. Okay. Reading? Is Reading in Hampshire? I don't remember. That's the most threatening Korean barbecue I've ever seen. I love that. Okay. Coffee lab, retail, workhouse, tickets available. Anything in here? No. No information about where we could be. I don't know anything about Hampshire. Oh, wait. Rediscover your city. Tudor house and gardens. Oh, that's annoying. No, it's not there anymore. No, it's gone again. Oh. Southampton. Okay, we're in Southampton. Cool. Okay, we're in Southampton. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, and then we're on was it East Street or something? East Street Specialty Shopping. That's what it said, I think. It's gone. East Street Specialty Shopping. Okay, cool. Cool. We're in Southampton. We're down here. East Street Specialty Shopping. One would assume that East Street goes east. Where do we go? I don't know this city. City centre. East Street. Zoom in. Where's the Gregs? There's the Gregs. We're there. Perfect. I've never been to Southampton. I was meant to go once and it didn't happen. Every Greg's a painting, it's true. We need to assess the quality of the Gregs every time as well. You did great, thank you. I tried. I tried so hard. I tried so hard. You're telling me that Gregs spawn as fast as Catholic rabbits? No, they are actually just always there. They're omnipresent. Omnipresent. It's sad because it's next to a Subway. Yeah, I mean, I'd always choose Greg's over Subway, I'm gonna be honest. This looks like every English city. I've walked down that street, that's wild. I don't think, none of these are Greg's that I've been to yet, I think. So, I don't know. I'm not gonna lie, I've traveled around the UK enough for work that I forget where I've been to and where I haven't been to, but I haven't been to Southampton. I've only been to London once. I stayed in a motel room and it had exactly the same layout as the room you start in Portal 2. That is horrifying. That is horrifying. I can imagine it was eerie. I know who would have Subway as their first choice. I mean, I know quite a lot of people that would actually, which is a bit weird. But you know, you do you, sweaty. Okay, where are we? Wow. Nice camera. Goodness gracious. Okay, we're in London. That's not good. That's not good because that means we need to narrow it down to borough. Where is even the Greg? Okay, there's the Gregs. It's a pretty big one. We need to narrow it down to the borough, but like this camera? How? How are we meant to work with this? Wait, we can't even see what's on the front of the buses. I'm suffering. I'm suffering so much. What is this? Oh, okay, we're back to normal. Cool. Oh, wait. Stockwell. Oh, bother. I don't know where that is. I don't know where that is. Stockwell. It says Clapham Road. So where is Clapham again? I've been to Clapham, but I've not been to London in so long. I don't remember where any of these places are anymore. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, London is suffering. It's especially suffering when you get it on GeoGuessr because there's like so many places. Clapham Junction. I've been to that train station so many times. I've changed there so many times. Where is it? It's not this one, is it? No, that's Waterloo. Oh my gosh. I know Clapham Junction because it's the one that has got the most tracks out of all of them. It's not that one. That's Kensington Olympia. This is Paddington, obviously. Clapham Junction connects things. I think it might be connected to... Ah! Up here somewhere? Maybe? No, that's King's Cross St Pancras. Mornington Crescent, Euston. I'm struggling. I don't remember where Clapham is, even though I've changed there so many times. I thought it was like somewhere south, but I don't know if it is actually. Brixton, it's definitely not that far south, is it? Oh wait, Clapham. Clapham North. Which Clapham? No, we're at Stockwell. No. Nah, there's no chance. Stockwell. I don't know where that is. I just saw Clapham Road and I was like, oh, it must be around there somewhere. But I don't think it is. My London knowledge has failed me once again. If it's not the specific parts of London that I know, then like for me, I'm like, well, it doesn't exist. There's Clapham Junction, Wandsworth. I remember now. Ersfield. I don't know where it is. I got nothing. Oh, we weren't that far off, to be fair. It was just up the road. Oh, it could have been worse. It could have been worse. How do we know it's London? Because of the buses. There was red buses. I've never seen that type of street view glitch before. Yeah, what was up with that? That was weird. I bet you, I guess a person could tell you where that car with a camera flash on the roof operates. Well, clearly it operates here. I'm going to remember that now, that it's here at Stockwell. Well, yeah, there's Stockwell. If I'd have gone down the road a bit, we would have gone to Clapham North. So, okay. So that's not too bad. Yes, that was an Irish flag. It was indeed somewhere in the English-speaking world. Hi, Lazy. Hi. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in. And also, hi, ichthyologist as well. Thank you for the check-in. And thank you for the hydrate. I will hydrate. Welcome back, Mylin. Welcome back. I'm faring okay, thank you, Lazy. I'm faring okay. I'm faring good. I'm coping. Yeah, it's only UK places. It's all places. It's only Greggs. We have to find the Greggs. Greggs is a bakery chain in the UK. We have to find all of them. Okay, next. Okay, that is a Greggs. Okay. That is a high street. That is... Okay, Holland and Barrett. Body shop. This is somewhere... Victoria Shopping Centre. Okay. Is this Marketplace? Gourmet sandwiches. Ooh, fancy. Okay, I swear I recognize this place, but I might be making that up. Where are we? Harrogate. Yep, okay. I do recognize this place. Okay, Harrogate. One time I met an American guy at a train station and he was like, how do I get to Harrogate? And I was like, I don't know where that is, but he meant Harrogate. I've forgotten where it is though. It's somewhere in Yorkshire, but I don't remember where. There it is. Okay. Zooming in. I'm just gonna pop it down there for a second. Right, what have we got nearby? This is a big road. It looks like a high street even. What happens if we go down here? Oh wait, if we find this shopping centre, we'll find it. A Victoria Shopping Centre. And then there's Marks and Spencer. So it was down here. It's that Greggs. Yeah. What is Greggs? It's a bakery chain. It's a bakery chain. They sell like pasties and sausage rolls and sandwiches and donuts. Stuff like that. There are so many Greggs that they've lost track and they need Psydere's help to track them all down. Exactly. And I've got such extensive Greggs knowledge that it just makes sense. Is Greggs good? I've never had it. How could you? Yes. I mean, it's fine. It's good. It is good. I'd say it's consistent, you know? If I had to choose any kind of like fast food, I would always choose Greggs because it is consistent. Yeah. The Journey to Harrogate sounds like a Studio Ghibli film. It kind of does, doesn't it? Scones? Maybe. I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen scones in Greggs. Normally it's more like biscuits and stuff like that. And donuts. Yeah. How's the coffee there? In Greggs? I mean, it's okay. It's better than McDonald's. Greggs have broken into Ireland recently. I mean, if they've got them in Dublin, I haven't seen them. I need to go to Greggs next time in the UK. Do it. Yeah, it's the bakery chain. Exactly. It's very, very popular. Yeah, I'm still going. Hi, nuclear demonstration. Hi. Welcome in. I hope you're good. It's basically where all the office workers of Britain go on their lunch break, except the ones who get the £4 meal deal from Tesco Extra. I don't get the Tesco Extra meal deal anymore because it offends me. Oh no. A retail park. Okay. This is literally every retail park ever in the UK. That's not helpful. Does this say something? Spartan Roofing and Property Management? No. This is the Greggs. It looks like an acceptable Greggs. Okay. Oh dear. This is not good. This is not good. Gallagher Retail Park. Right. Promote your business here. Okay. Ah, a sign. What does the sign say? Cheltenham. Okay. Welcome in, Norral. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Welcome into the research participation pool. Right, Cheltenham's there. So it's at the Gallagher Retail Park. Let's see. Retail Park's going to be slightly out of town. Here? Near the airport? No. Here? Yes. Yes. And then which one was the Greggs? There's the Greggs. Yes. I am the Greggs finder. See, this is the thing. I can't ever get 5k on GeoGuessr, except if you put in a Greggs, then suddenly I start getting lots of 5ks. That's it. That's the secret. That is the answer. Yeah, Greggs operates in Northern Ireland, but hasn't spread beyond it. Okay, I was gonna say, I haven't seen it in Dublin at all. I'd be surprised if it was there. But yes, they do have it in Northern Ireland. I want to see a Greggs I've been to. I'm horrified if that happens, actually. Yes, this is just us going to Greggs. Yeah. It's a community map where it's literally just going to Greggs locations, Yuki. It's amazing. It's incredible. I'll be adding the acceptable Greggs to my ongoing list of cracking band name suggestions. I wonder if Germany will ever be Greggsified. I don't think they're ever going to expand beyond the UK, to be honest. I don't think they're ever going to expand. I would love them to, though, but I don't think they will. Oh no, another retail park Greggs. No! These are the least good kind of Greggs. Oh, we need to rate the Greggs first of all. It's a bit dark. I mean, it's fine. It is also an acceptable Greggs, but it's a retail park Greggs. There's a Pizza Hut. That's so fun. How do I get out of the car park? How do I leave? Kingswood Retail Park. Okay. Okay. Is there any indication of where this is? On the bus? No, that's just Stagecoach. Okay. Got a Pizza Hut. They've got an Asda. Oh god, I'm just going round in circles. I'm going to spend so long just trying to get out of the retail park. And we're losing time. No! This is distressing. Okay, right. Hull. Okay, Hull. We're near Hull. Hull is up here somewhere, I think. Is it? Or is it further down? There's Hull. Okay. It said Hull and it said Beverley. Where's Beverley? There's Beverley. So that means that it's probably going to be maybe up here somewhere? I don't know. This is distressing. No. There? Fitted furniture? No. No. Subway? No. Uh-oh. I might have finally met my match. Or is it going to be like out this way? There's a bar. No. Ah. Okay. Could it be around here? I think I'm just going to have to put this down somewhere and hope for the best. But it's not going to be a good one. Park. I'm not even seeing any retail parks on the map. Hi, Beverly. Yes. Here? No. Where would an out of town things are like? There's a Waitrose, Audi, Homes. I'll just pop it down there and see what happens. What was this retail park even called? Did it have a name or was it just existing? It was called Kingswood. Okay, it was called Kingswood. I don't think it's this one because I can't see the Pizza Hut. Oh well. We've done our best. We've done our best. Oh. Oh, we tried. I mean, we still did okay. We still did okay. This is fine, right? This is fine. Continental Europe is not ready for Gregs. It's true. I think you could introduce Gregs to the land of bratwursts and knackwursts. I mean, you never know. There might be a chance. But then there is this one really good bakery chain. I say really good. I don't know if it's actually really good, but I enjoyed it. So when I was in Germany, I kept going to this bakery chain. I think it was called like Riegler or something like that. Bakery Riegler, I think it was called. And they had loads of vegan options. And I had like the best like vegan cake that I've had in so long. It was really good. Rainbow, eat your heart out. The goat. Greg's GeoGuessr has arrived. Yeah, like I said, I just needed the Gregs to be motivated to be good at this game. So what research are you doing on your Twitch followers? Honestly, right now, I'm genuinely just doing Greg's research. I'm actually just mapping out the locations of all of the Gregs. Because I want to know. I want to know where they are for my own knowledge. UK City of Culture. Hi, Talarian. Hi. Thank you for the lab safety race to check in. Thank you. Yeah, City of Culture because it's got so many Gregs. Yeah, Gregs intermingling with the continent would create pastries too powerful for mortals and society would collapse. I agree, Astral. It would be terrible. It would be terrible. How are the experiments going? We're not experimenting, we're just finding Gregs. I just need some motivation, man. That's what it boils down to. Oh gosh. I think we did pretty good, right? It wasn't quite a, it wasn't quite a 5K all round, but we did fine. We did fine. We did good, I think. Yeah, we're on a Gregspedition, exactly. Gregspedition. Finding Greg sounds like part 4 after World's End. Oh, that would be incredible. If you look at your score as a percentage, you did great. It's true. I think I did pretty good. Greg exploring, yes. Incredible. How many subs do we need to get to you? Bleh. How many subs do we need to get to before you visit every Greg's? I mean, realistically, it would actually be very, very hard to visit every Greg's. How many Greg's even are there? I would do it because it sounds fun. How many Greg's in the UK? There's over 2,600 Greg's shops across the UK. That's a lot. Yeah, 98.27%. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I think we did good. Or exhaustion or cholesterol poison kill you first? It's a good question. I might not be hit with the cholesterol poisoning though, because I'd be just getting the vegan sausage roll and nothing else every time. So, yeah. I might be fine. It might be fine. Would we find the mythological vegetarian Greg's Bake that they stopped doing that I liked? Yeah, the vegan bean, cheese, and sausage pasty. That one, the bake. It was really, really good. No, I don't think so, because they've discontinued it. So I think that sometimes if you're really, really lucky, there's like old frozen stock in Iceland that you can buy. But very, very rarely. Very, very rarely. I haven't had one in so long and I miss it. When they stopped doing them in the shop, I was like, I swear I am going to travel to England so that I can bulk buy them and bring them back with me, but then I never did. Iceland? You need to travel all the way to Iceland for Greg's? No, we have a shop. We have a shop in the UK called Iceland. It's all frozen food, hence why it's called Iceland. Oh dear. Hi Frost, hi, how are you? I hope you're good. How's the geoguessing going? It's going pretty good. Turns out if you give me the task of finding the Greg's stores, I will do okay at GeoGuessr. Oh gosh. Maybe I should, you know what though? I can tell you a time that I'm guaranteed to have Greg's is when I go to Vexpo. Vexpo is soon. It's in like 3 weeks. I'm horrified. I have to go to England. I have to go to Birmingham. Can you imagine? Terrible. But the benefit is that I get a Greg's. I'm going to have a Greg's at Birmingham Airport. You can't stop me. I swear, I will have the Greg's. I will not be stopped. It's so good. It's so good. Construct optimal graph connecting all 2,600 Greg's. It's tempting. It's so tempting. That would be very funny. That would be very funny. Their slogan was "Mom's gone to Iceland." Their spokesperson was a drug-raped ex-member of a girl band. What? I remember that actually. I remember. Those adverts were weird. Those adverts were weird. Yeah, Iceland is such a cool place. I had a Greg's in Birmingham Airport once. Then we've shared an experience together. I've also had a Greg's in Birmingham Airport. But yeah, I'm going to Vexpo. I'm really excited. I'm really excited. It's soon, TM. It's soon, TM. I'm not prepared, but, you know, it's happening. And then on top of that, of course... Wait. On top of that, of course, I'm also very, very excited to be going... No, not going. To be having my 2.0 debut. I'm sorry, I'm going to keep shilling it because I'm nervous that no one will come. Here it is. Here's the details. It's going to be on Saturday the 23rd of August at 6 p.m. British and Irish time. Yeah, keep shilling it. Let's go. I'm going to be having a debut. I'm nervous. I'm nervous. And definitely not because I still haven't finished some of my assets. That's definitely not the reason. But yeah, we're going to be doing that. We're going to be doing that. It's very exciting. I'm very excited, but also nervous and scared. But it'll be fine. It'll be good. It's going to be good. Right? I hope it'll be fine. It's in less than a week, I think, if I've done the maths correctly, and I'm scared. Thank you for the follow, fellow day Felicis. Hi. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Solving the traveling salesman problem, but Greg's, oh Lord, can you imagine? It would take so long. There must be a route. There must be. My local Iceland would have relatively cheap specialty stuff like kangaroo burgers or ostrich steaks, and then the building got bought out and turned into student flats. That's so sad. That's so sad. I love it when they have weird stuff in Iceland. Noted on my calendar. Thank you, Checker. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm scared. It'll be fine. It's going to be good. I hope it's going to be good. And I hope you all like the model as much as I do, because I really, really love the model. I'm so excited. But yeah, I think it's time to wrap up now. We have found many Gregs. We have done many yaps. I'm very, very tired, to be honest. I'm going to go and rest my voice and finally watch that Neurocar video, or both of them. Both of the 2 videos. I will finally watch them. So I think it's time to go. So here are the raid messages. I can't spell. There we go. There's so the top one, the one with the little bags, is the sub one, and then the bottom one with the little hearts is if you're not a sub. But yeah, I think we've done enough geoguessing. Yes, you're finally free to eat. Exactly. You should have just gone eat, to be honest. You should have just left. You should have just left. But yeah. Thank you all for joining me. I really appreciated it. It's been a lot of fun. I'm trying to work out where we're going. Where are we going? Let's go to... where are we going, actually? Where should we go? Let me have a see who's online. Who's online? Okay. How do we feel about horse game? Horse girl game? Uma Musume. Do we want to watch some Uma Musume? I haven't played it, so I feel like I need to go and experience it secondhand. Let's go and experience some Uma Musume. It exists. I've never seen it. I've never seen the game. I've never played it. Maybe I should at some point. It would be very funny. My town is 25k people, but has a university that you've probably heard of. The campus is as big as the town centre now. That's so funny. I love that. I love it when the university just takes over. Gonna be cinema. I hope you enjoy the video. I think I will enjoy it. But yeah, we're gonna go raid into Shumi. Shumi was very, very kind to me recently, so please also be kind to Shumi. And yeah, also thank you, Uwe. No, thank you for the follow as well. Thank you, thank you. And yeah, I will be streaming next on Sunday, I think. We're going to be doing some science. It's science time. We're going to be reading a paper. So if anyone's not experienced the scientific yapping, where we're meant to be doing science and we end up just yapping, you will. I hope you enjoy it. We probably won't do any science. But yeah, thank you all so much for joining me. I really, really appreciate it. And I hope you all have a lovely rest of your day. Thank you. Bye-bye, everybody. Bye.